Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Rain fell on Gotham with the persistence of a grudge, each drop carrying the weight of 3 days' worth of storm clouds that had gathered over the city like an omen. The downpour transformed familiar streets into rushing rivers, turning alleyways into treacherous channels, where streetlights cast wavering reflections on water that never seemed to find its proper place. From the heights of Wayne Manor, the city below looked like a watercolor painting left in the rain, its edges blurred and colors running together in ways that suggested something fundamental had shifted. In the depths beneath the manor, the Batcave's lower levels had succumbed to the flood, forcing Bruce Wayne to relocate his evening preparations to the upper chambers. Candlelight flickered across stone walls as Alfred Pennyworth moved with quiet efficiency, preparing gear that would need to function in conditions neither of them had fully anticipated. The steady drip of water through ancient limestone provided a rhythm that seemed almost meditative if one could ignore the implications of what such flooding meant for the city above. "The weather service is calling it a 100-year storm, Master Bruce," Alfred said softly, his voice carrying the measured calm that had anchored Bruce through countless nights of uncertainty. "Though I suspect Gotham has seen worse in its time." He held up a modified rebreather, checking seals with the practiced eye of someone who understood that details meant the difference between life and death. "The mayor has declared a state of emergency, but emergency services are overwhelmed. The Narrows are particularly hard hit." Bruce accepted the equipment with hands that moved automatically through pre-patrol routines, but his mind was already descending into the city's. 3 people had disappeared in the past 2 days, all from the Narrows district where the storm's fury had been most concentrated. The official report spoke of swift currents and unstable structures, but the witness accounts suggested something more deliberate. Shadows moving beneath the water, shapes too large and purposeful to be debris. The candlelight caught the edges of the cowl as Bruce examined it, noting modifications Alfred had made for extended underwater operations. They had worked together in comfortable silence for over an hour, the storm's voice providing commentary through every window and drain. It was Alfred who finally gave voice to what both had been thinking. "The old aqueduct system," he said quietly, spreading architectural plans across a dry section of the cave's workbench. "Built in the 1800s, when Gotham's population was a fraction of what it is today. Most of the tunnels were sealed decades ago, but this storm..." He traced water-stained lines with one finger. "It's opened connections that haven't seen flow in living memory." Bruce studied the maps with the intensity he usually reserved for criminal profiles. The underground network was more extensive than most Gotham residents realized. A hidden circulatory system that had once brought clean water from distant mountains and carried waste safely away from the growing city. Urban development had gradually buried and forgotten most of it, but the bones remained. Concrete arteries and limestone chambers that remembered their original purpose. Wayland Jones was reported in this area 3 weeks ago, Bruce noted, pointing to a section of the map near Robinson Park, before the storm started, when the water levels were normal. He traced potential routes with the methodical patience of someone who understood that patterns reveal themselves only to those willing to wait. If he's made the tunnels his territory, the disappearances would make perfect sense, Alfred agreed. 3 victims, all taken from locations near old access points, all during the heaviest rain. When the sound of the storm would mask any cries for help, he folded the maps carefully, protecting them from the cave's increased humidity. But Master Bruce, the structural integrity of those tunnels after all these years, combined with the current water pressure... I know the risks, Bruce replied, though his tone carried gratitude for Alfred's concern. But if Jones is using the flood to hunt, then waiting for better conditions means more victims. He moved toward the modified batsuit, noting how Alfred had integrated flotation elements and additional oxygen reserves without compromising mobility. The rain won't last forever, but it's giving him advantages he's never had before. Alfred helped him into the suit with the practiced efficiency of decades, each piece fitted with care that spoke of deep understanding between them. The cape had been treated with waterproofing that wouldn't interfere with its aerodynamic properties, while the utility belt contained specialized equipment for underwater operations. As Bruce tested communication systems, Alfred's voice came through clearly despite the storm's interference. "I'll monitor from here," Alfred assured him. "The Weather Service radar shows the storm intensifying over the next few hours before it begins to break up. That gives you a window, but not a large one." He handed Bruce a modified grappling gun, its mechanism sealed against water damage. "And, Master Bruce, remember that Mr. Jones isn't simply a creature of instinct. He's survived in this city for years by being more intelligent than most people give him credit for." The reminder was well taken. Waylon Jones, killer croc to the media and most of GCPD, had indeed proven himself more than the mindless monster many assumed him to be. His condition had gradually transformed him over the years, giving him physical capabilities that bordered on the superhuman. But his mind remained sharp enough to make him dangerous in ways that went beyond brute strength. If he had claimed the flooded tunnels as territory, he would have done so with the cunning of a predator who understood both his environment and his prey. Bruce emerged from the cave through an exit that opened near the Gotham River, where the normally placid water now rushed with dangerous urgency. The Batboat had been modified for the current conditions, its hull reinforced and its navigation systems calibrated for reduced visibility. As he guided it through the swollen waterways, Alfred's voice provided a steady anchor through the communications system. First disappearance was Maria Santos, age 28, taken from the alley behind Mooney's Deli around 11 p.m. 2 nights ago. Alfred reported. Witnesses heard a scream cut short, but by the time anyone investigated, they found only her purse floating in 3 feet of water. The steady flow of information helped Bruce build a mental map of the hunting pattern. Second victim, Thomas Chen, disappeared yesterday afternoon near the old subway entrance on Covered Bridge. His umbrella was found lodged in a storm drain, but no other trace. Bruce guided the boat through increasingly turbulent water, noting how the storm had transformed familiar landmarks into something alien and threatening. Street signs emerged from the flood like desperate hands, while debris formed impromptu dams that redirected currents in unpredictable ways. The third disappearance had occurred just hours before his patrol began. A teenager named Marcus Webb, who had been trying to help elderly residents evacuate their flooded apartments. "Noble kid," Alfred observed. According to his aunt, he'd been volunteering with emergency services since the storm started. She said he knew the neighborhood better than most adults, knew which buildings had basement access and which alleys flooded first. There was a pause as Alfred processed additional information. Was last seen near the old Wilson Foundry, where the storm drains connect to the original aqueduct system. The Foundry district had been abandoned for decades, its buildings slowly surrendering to time and weather. But the underground infrastructure remained, and the storm had activated systems that hadn't flowed in generations. Bruce anchored the boat at a relatively stable position and prepared to enter the water directly, his suit's systems automatically adjusting to the aquatic environment. The transition from air to water was jarring despite his preparation. The storm's voice became muffled, but somehow more omnipresent. A constant pressure that seemed to come from all directions. His suit's propulsion system engaged smoothly, carrying him through currents that would have been impossible to navigate by swimming alone. Alfred's voice came through clearly, despite the liquid barrier. "Water temperature is holding steady at 52 degrees, Alfred noted. "Your suit should maintain comfortable conditions for approximately 4 hours. But I'd recommend shorter exposure if possible." The concern in his voice was subtle but unmistakable. "I'm tracking your position through the suit's GPS, but the signal may be intermittent once you enter the tunnel system." Bruce descended toward what his instruments indicated was an access point to the old aqueduct network. The water around him was murky with runoff and debris, reducing visibility to just a few feet, despite his cowl's enhanced optics. Navigation became a matter of feeling his way along submerged walls, using architectural features that had been built to guide water flow in specific directions. The entrance to the aqueduct system was larger than he had expected, a stone archway that had been crafted with the permanence that 19th century engineers brought to their work. As he passed through it, Bruce felt the water's movement change subtly. The chaotic currents of the flooded streets gave way to something more organized, more purposeful. The tunnels remembered their function even after decades of abandonment. "Remarkable craftsmanship," Alfred observed as Bruce described what he was seeing. Those tunnels were built to last centuries, not just decades. The stonework was designed to handle pressures that modern engineers might find excessive. His voice carried the appreciation of someone who understood the value of work done properly the first time. But Mr. Jones would understand that as well. He's had time to explore the system when it was dry, to learn its patterns and possibilities. The tunnel stretched ahead into darkness that even Bruce's enhanced vision couldn't fully penetrate. Water flowed around him with a steady current that suggested the system was functioning exactly as its designers had intended, channeling the storm's overflow through paths carved specifically for that purpose. But there were sounds in the water beyond the normal flow, subtle disturbances that spoke of movement that wasn't entirely natural. Bruce activated additional sensors, mapping the tunnel system as he progressed. The architecture was indeed impressive, with carefully calculated curves that maintained water pressure while minimizing erosion. Side passages branched off at regular intervals, some carrying their own currents, while others remained stagnant pools that had probably been dry for decades before the storm. It was in one of these side chambers that he found the first sign that he wasn't alone in the tunnel. Claw marks scored the stone walls in patterns that were clearly deliberate, not the random scratches that might result from debris carried by rushing water. The marks were fresh, carved deep enough to remain visible despite the current. They formed what might have been territorial markers, or perhaps directions that only their creator could fully understand. Alfred's voice carried recognition when Bruce described the discovery. "Mr. Jones has always been territorial," Alfred noted, "but these marks suggest something more sophisticated than simple animal behavior. He's organizing the space, creating a system that serves his purposes." There was a pause as Alfred accessed additional files. His psychological profile indicates high intelligence despite his physical transformation. He's not simply adapting to the environment, he's actively modifying it. As if to confirm Alfred's assessment, Bruce detected evidence of deliberate construction ahead. A section of the tunnel had been partially blocked with carefully positioned debris, creating a choke point that would slow anyone trying to follow the main current. The barrier was sophisticated enough to maintain water flow while providing defensive advantages to anyone familiar with its design. It was the work of someone who understood both engineering principles and tactical planning. Beyond the barrier, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber that had probably served as a collection point in the original system. Here, multiple passages converged, creating a hub that connected different sections of the aqueduct network. The architecture was more elaborate, with carved details that spoke of civic pride and permanence. But it was what Bruce found floating in the chamber that confirmed his worst fears. Personal belongings drifted in the slow-moving water. A woman's purse, a man's wallet, items that matched the descriptions of what the missing persons had been carrying. They weren't randomly scattered as debris might be, but arranged, almost like trophies in specific locations around the chamber. The message was clear. This was someone's territory, and these were reminders of successful hunts. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried urgency despite its measured tone. I'm detecting movement in the water around your position, multiple sources approaching from different directions. The communication system crackled slightly as interference increased. Mr. Jones may not be alone down there. The realization hit Bruce even as his senses confirmed Alfred's warning. The missing persons hadn't all been taken as prey. At least one had survived long enough to be brought to this place. And if Waylon Jones was building something more than a simple lair, if he was creating a community of sorts in the depths beneath Gotham, then the situation was far more complex than a simple predator-prey relationship. Movement in the water confirmed his suspicions. A figure emerged from one of the side passages, not the reptilian bulk of Killer Croc, but a human form moving with the desperate efficiency of someone who had learned to navigate this environment out of pure necessity. As the figure drew closer, Bruce could see it was a young person, probably in their teens, wearing clothes that had been modified for underwater movement. "Please," the teenager gasped as they broke the surface in a pocket of air near the chamber's ceiling. "You have to help me. There are others. Marcus and Thomas, they're still alive, but..." The words came in a rush of relief and terror. "He's not just killing people. He's trying to save them. But he doesn't understand that bringing them down here..." The teenager's name was Jenny Rodriguez, and she had been missing for 6 days, longer than any of the official disappearances, suggesting she had been taken during the early stages of the storm. Her story emerged in fragments as Bruce helped her to a more stable position in the chamber, his suit's life support systems providing additional oxygen for both of them. "I was trying to get home from work when the water started rising really fast," she explained. "The current caught me near the old subway entrance. I thought I was going to drown, but then something grabbed me and pulled me down here." Her voice carried the exhaustion of someone who had been surviving on adrenaline for days. "At first I thought it was a monster, but then I realized he was trying to help. He just doesn't understand how humans work." According to Jenny, Waylon Jones had indeed claimed the tunnel system as his territory, but not in the way Bruce had initially assumed. The physical transformation that had made him an outcast from human society had also given him capabilities that the flood had turned into advantages. He could breathe underwater for extended periods, navigate by senses that worked perfectly in murky conditions, and move through the tunnels with an ease that no normal human could match. "He sees people getting swept away by the water, and he thinks he's rescuing them," Jenny continued. "But then he brings them down here, and they can't survive like he can. He doesn't understand why they keep getting sick, why they need different things than he does." Her eyes carried a mixture of fear and pity that spoke to the complexity of the situation. "He's not evil, he's just lonely and confused about how to help. Alfred's voice carried new understanding when Bruce relayed this information. It would explain the territorial markings and the organized collection of personal items, he observed. Mr. Jones isn't hunting in the traditional sense. He's attempting to build a community, but his methods are incompatible with human physiology. There was a pause as Alfred processed the implications. The psychological profile makes more sense now. He's not a predator so much as a severely misguided protector. The revelation transformed Bruce's understanding of the situation entirely. This wasn't a case of a monster terrorizing innocent victims, but rather a tragedy of communication and fundamental incompatibility. Waylon Jones possessed the physical capabilities to survive and even thrive in the flooded tunnel system, but his attempts to extend that safety to others were killing them through exposure, hypothermia, and simple inability to adapt to an aquatic environment. Where are the others? Bruce asked Jenny, already formulating plans that would need to account for rescue rather than confrontation. Follow the main current deeper into the system, she replied. There's a big chamber where all the water comes together. He's made it into a kind of nest, I guess. That's where he takes everyone. Her expression grew more worried. But the water's been rising since yesterday. Even he's having trouble keeping everyone's heads above the surface. As if summoned by their conversation, a deep rumble echoed through the tunnel system. Not quite a roar, but a sound that carried intelligence and communication. Jenny's reaction was immediate recognition mixed with concern. That's him calling, she explained. He does that when he wants everyone to come back to the main chamber. Usually, it means he's found someone new or... She trailed off, but Bruce understood the implication. The sound might also indicate that one of Jones's rescued victims was in immediate distress. Bruce activated his suit's propulsion system, preparing to follow the current toward the main chamber Jenny had described. But before departing, he established a communication relay that would allow Alfred to maintain contact with Jenny while coordinating potential rescue operations from the surface. Master Bruce. Alfred's voice carried both caution and understanding. If Mr. Jones is indeed attempting to protect people, then approaching him as an adversary could endanger the very individuals you're trying to save. The observation was tactically sound, but complicated by the emotional reality of the situation. However, his methods are clearly unsustainable. Those people need medical attention and proper environmental conditions as soon as possible. The deeper tunnel system was a marvel of Victorian engineering, with arched ceilings that rose high enough to create air pockets even under current flood conditions. Bruce's progress was guided by the increasing strength of the water flow and by markings that Jones had left to help navigate the system. It became clear that the transformed man had spent considerable time exploring and mapping these tunnels, learning their patterns with the dedication of someone who had finally found a place where he belonged. The main chamber, when Bruce finally reached it, was larger and more complex than he had imagined possible. Multiple levels had been carved into the stone, creating platforms at different heights that could accommodate varying water levels. It was sophisticated construction that spoke to both Jones's intelligence and his commitment to making the space habitable. But the scene that greeted Bruce also confirmed the tragic futility of those efforts. 3 figures huddled on stone platforms that were barely above the current water level, their faces showing the exhaustion and hypothermia that came from prolonged exposure to cold, wet conditions. Thomas Chen was recognizable from his missing person photo, though he appeared to have lost considerable weight and showed signs of respiratory distress. Marcus Webb, the teenager who had been helping with evacuations, was in slightly better condition but clearly struggling with the environmental stress. The third figure was older, a woman Bruce didn't immediately recognize, but who matched the general description of Maria Santos. All three were alive, but their conditions ranged from poor to critical. They needed immediate medical attention and evacuation to proper facilities, but they were located deep in a flooded tunnel system that emergency services couldn't safely access. And watching over them with the protective intensity of a parent guarding children was Waylon Jones himself, Killer Croc, though the designation seemed increasingly inappropriate given the circumstances. His reptilian features carried genuine concern as he moved between the platforms, checking on each of his charges with surprising gentleness. When he noticed Bruce's arrival, his reaction was wariness rather than aggression. "You're not supposed to be here," Jones said, his voice carrying the deep tones that his transformed vocal cords produced. "This is a safe place. The water can't hurt anyone here." He gestured to the platforms with obvious pride. "I built it to keep people safe when the world above tries to drown them." Bruce remained still, recognizing that any sudden movement might be interpreted as a threat to Jones's carefully constructed sanctuary. "Waylon," he said quietly, using the man's real name deliberately, "these people are sick. They need help that you can't provide down here." Jones's expression shifted through confusion, denial, and growing recognition of a truth he had been trying to avoid. "They're safe here," he insisted, but with less conviction than before. "The water can't reach them on the platforms. I bring them food. I keep them warm." He trailed off, perhaps seeing his efforts through Bruce's eyes for the first time. "You saved them from drowning," Bruce acknowledged, recognizing the genuine heroism in Jones's actions, even as he understood their tragic consequences. "But humans can't survive in this environment long term. They need dry conditions, consistent warmth, medical care." He gestured to the three figures on the platforms. "Look at them, Waylon. Really look at them." The moment of recognition was painful to witness. Jones's reptilian features couldn't express emotion in conventionally human terms, but his body language conveyed the devastation of someone realizing that their attempts to help had actually caused harm. He moved from platform to platform, examining each person with new awareness of their deteriorating condition. "I was trying to save them," he said, his voice carrying bewilderment and loss. "The water was going to kill them, so I brought them somewhere safe. I don't understand why they're not getting better." Alfred's voice came through Bruce's communication system, gentle but urgent. "Master Bruce, I'm monitoring emergency services radio. They've managed to position a medical team near the old Wilson Foundry entrance. If you can guide the victims to that location." But the logistics of evacuation were complicated by more than just distance and water flow. Thomas Chen was in no condition to navigate the tunnel system under his own power, and Maria Santos appeared to be suffering from exposure complications that made movement dangerous. Marcus Webb was the strongest of the three, but even he would need assistance to reach the surface safely. "Waylon," Bruce said carefully, "I need your help to get these people to safety. You know these tunnels better than anyone. You're the only one who can guide them out safely." The request clearly conflicted with Jones's protective instincts. The tunnels had become his sanctuary, the one place where his transformed nature was an advantage rather than a liability. Leading the people he had tried to save back to the surface meant acknowledging that his efforts had been misguided, that his sanctuary couldn't provide what they needed. But it also meant accepting responsibility for their welfare in a broader sense. Jones studied each of the three victims again, his enhanced senses probably detecting signs of distress that weren't immediately visible to Bruce. When he spoke again, his voice carried reluctant acceptance. "The water's still rising," he admitted. "Even I can't keep the platforms dry much longer." He moved to Thomas Chen, lifting the man with surprising gentleness. "But if I take them back up there, back to where people will see me..." "I'll be with you," Bruce assured him. "We'll make sure they understand what really happened here." The evacuation process required careful coordination between Bruce's technical capabilities and Jones's intimate knowledge of the tunnel system. Alfred provided navigation support from the surface, tracking their progress and coordinating with emergency services to ensure medical teams would be ready. Jenny Rodriguez, who had remained in the secondary chamber, served as an additional guide and helped reassure the victims that they were being rescued rather than moved to a new form of captivity. The journey through the flooded tunnels took nearly 2 hours, with frequent stops to rest and ensure that the most seriously affected victims could continue. Jones proved invaluable, using his strength to carry those who couldn't swim independently, while his enhanced senses detected the safest routes through changing water conditions. His knowledge of the system's architecture allowed him to find air pockets and resting points that no one else would have noticed. As they progressed toward the surface, Bruce found himself reassessing everything he thought he knew about Waylon Jones. The man's transformation had indeed changed him in fundamental ways, but it hadn't eliminated his capacity for compassion or his desire to protect others. If anything, his enhanced physical capabilities had intensified his protective instincts while simultaneously isolating him from the people he wanted to help. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried relief as they approached the final section of tunnel. "Medical teams are standing by and I've briefed the senior paramedic about the victim's conditions. They're prepared for hypothermia and prolonged exposure complications." The emergence from the tunnel system into the flooded streets felt like surfacing from another world entirely. Emergency vehicles lined the area with lights that cut through the storm's darkness, while medical personnel moved with practiced efficiency to assess and treat the rescued victims. Thomas Chen and Maria Santos were quickly loaded into ambulances, their conditions requiring immediate hospitalization. Marcus Webb was in better shape but still needed evaluation and treatment for exposure. Jenny Rodriguez, who had survived the longest in the tunnels, served as a witness to what had actually occurred below ground. Her account to the emergency services coordinators painted a picture very different from the monster hunt that some had anticipated. She described Jones not as a predator, but as someone who had tried to help in the only way he understood, using capabilities that were both his greatest strength and the source of his tragic isolation. Jones himself remained in the shadows at the edge of the rescue operation, clearly uncomfortable with the attention, but unwilling to leave until he was certain his charges were receiving proper care. Bruce stayed with him, understanding that this moment represented a crucial transition for someone who had lived as an outcast for years. "They'll be all right," Jones asked, watching as the ambulances prepared to depart. "They'll recover," Bruce assured him. "Thomas will need more time than the others, but all 3 will survive because you got them out of the immediate danger." He paused, choosing his next words carefully. "You saved their lives, Waylon. The fact that you couldn't do more doesn't diminish that." The storm was finally beginning to break up, its fury gradually giving way to lighter rain that suggested the worst had passed. Water levels would recede over the coming days, returning the tunnel system to its normal dormant state. But the events of the past few days had changed something fundamental about how Jones saw himself and his place in Gotham's complex ecosystem. "I can't go back down there," he said quietly, not knowing that trying to help people the way I did, it hurts them. His voice carried a loss that went beyond the physical sanctuary he was abandoning. "But I don't know where else I belong." It was Alfred who provided the answer, his voice coming through Bruce's communication system with the wisdom that came from years of understanding how people could find purpose despite difficult circumstances. Perhaps belonging isn't about finding the perfect place, but about learning how to help in ways that actually work. The suggestion led to a conversation that continued as the emergency vehicles departed and the immediate crisis resolved itself. Jones possessed unique capabilities that could indeed be valuable for rescue operations, but only if they were applied in coordination with people who understood human limitations and needs. His knowledge of Gotham's underground systems was unparalleled, and his physical abilities could be crucial in situations where conventional rescue methods failed. The city needs people who can go places others can't, Bruce pointed out. But it needs them working with emergency services, not in isolation. He gestured toward the tunnel entrance. You proved tonight that you're capable of more than people give you credit for. The question is whether you're willing to prove it to them. Jones's expression suggested he was considering possibilities that had never occurred to him before. His transformation had always been seen as something that separated him from human society, but the night's events had demonstrated that it could also be a bridge to helping that society in ways no one else could manage. As dawn approached and the storm finally exhausted itself, Bruce prepared to return to the cave. The floodwaters were already beginning to recede, revealing streets and buildings that would need days to recover from the storm's impact. But the real recovery would take longer, not just for the physical damage, but for the people who had been affected by events in the tunnels. Jenny Rodriguez had been reunited with her family and would need time to process her experience. But her account would help ensure that the official record reflected the complexity of what had actually occurred. Thomas Chen, Maria Santos, and Marcus Webb faced recovery periods that would be measured in weeks or months, but all were expected to make full recoveries. Their stories would become part of Gotham's unofficial mythology, tales of survival and unexpected rescue that added new layers to the city's endless capacity for both tragedy and redemption. Waylon Jones faced a different kind of recovery, one that involved reimagining his relationship with the city that had never quite known what to do with him. The conversation with Bruce had opened possibilities that would require careful development, ways of channeling his protective instincts and unique capabilities into forms of service that actually helped, rather than inadvertently harmed. As Bruce returned to Wayne Manor, Alfred was waiting with dry clothes and hot coffee, along with the quiet satisfaction that came from operations that ended with lives saved rather than lost. The Batcave's lower levels were still flooded, but the water was receding steadily as Gotham's drainage systems gradually caught up with the storm's legacy. Remarkable engineering, those old tunnels, Alfred observed as they reviewed the night's events. Built to last, and still serving their purpose after all these years. He paused, considering the broader implications. Rather like people in some ways. Sometimes the most valuable capabilities are the ones that seem incompatible with normal circumstances. Bruce nodded, understanding the connection Alfred was making. Gotham was full of people whose circumstances had transformed them in ways that seemed to separate them from conventional society. But the night's events had demonstrated that transformation didn't necessarily mean isolation, that apparent differences could sometimes be the foundation for unexpected forms of service and connection. The storm had passed, leaving behind a city that was waterlogged but not broken, damaged but not defeated. In the tunnels beneath Gotham, ancient systems continued their patient work of channeling water safely away from populated areas. Their Victorian engineering as reliable as ever, and somewhere in those depths, spaces that had briefly served as sanctuaries returned to their normal silence, ready to perform their intended function when the next great storm inevitably arrived. In the days that followed, Gotham would begin the familiar process of recovery and reconstruction. But it would also begin a more unusual process of integration, as one of its most misunderstood residents found new ways to use his unique capabilities in service of the community that had never quite known how to accept him. The storm had revealed hidden connections beneath the city's surface, not just in terms of architecture, but in terms of the human capacity for compassion, understanding, and second chances. Batman's patrol log would record the night as a successful rescue operation, but Bruce Wayne's private reflection would remember it as something more complex and ultimately more hopeful, a reminder that even in Gotham's darkest depths, the impulse to protect and serve could find expression in the most unexpression forms, bridging differences that seemed insurmountable and creating connections that transcended the apparent boundaries between monster and hero, isolation and community, the depths below and the world above. The weeks that followed brought changes that rippled through Gotham in ways both visible and subtle. The storm damage was repaired with the city's characteristic resilience, but the underground network had been forever altered by the flood's passage. Engineers who came to assess the old aqueduct system found it in better condition than anyone had expected, its Victorian stonework having survived decades of neglect with remarkable integrity. Some sections were even recommended for restoration, potentially bringing the forgotten waterways back into active service for the first time in generations. Jenny Rodriguez became something of a local celebrity, her story of survival and unexpected rescue capturing the imagination of news outlets and social media alike. But she handled the attention with wisdom beyond her years, consistently emphasizing that her rescuer hadn't been a monster, but rather someone who was trying to help in the only way he knew how. Her interviews painted a picture of Waylon Jones that was radically different from the sensationalized accounts that usually surrounded his name. "People keep asking me if I was scared," she told one reporter, her words carrying the thoughtful cadence of someone who had processed a transformative experience. "And yeah, I was terrified at first, but not because of him, because of the situation, because I thought I was going to die in that flood. He saved my life, and Thomas's life, and Marcus's, and Maria's. The fact that he didn't know how to do it perfectly doesn't make him a monster. Thomas Chen's recovery took longer than the others, his prolonged exposure to cold water having resulted in complications that required several weeks of hospitalization. But he echoed Jenny's assessment when he was finally able to speak to investigators. "I remember thinking I was drowning," he said quietly. "The current was too strong, I couldn't reach anything solid. Then something grabbed me and pulled me to safety. I didn't know what it was at the time, but looking back, I'm grateful. Someone cared enough to risk everything to save a stranger." Marcus Webb, the teenager who had been helping with evacuations when he was swept away, took a different lesson from his experience. His time in the tunnels had given him a unique perspective on both the city's hidden infrastructure and the people who lived in its margins. He began volunteering with organizations that provided services to Gotham's homeless population, driven by a new understanding of how easily someone could fall through the cracks of conventional society. Mr. Jones wasn't the first person I met down there who was just trying to survive. Marcus explained to his aunt one evening as they watched news coverage of the tunnel restoration project. "There are people all over this city who need help, but don't know how to ask for it, or who've been turned away so many times they've stopped trying. Maybe if we did better at taking care of everyone, situations like this wouldn't happen in the first place." Alfred found himself oddly moved by the young man's perspective, sharing Marcus's comments with Bruce during one of their evening conversations in the study. "Wise words from someone so young," Alfred observed, refilling Bruce's coffee cup with practiced precision. "It suggests that the night's events had educational value beyond the immediate rescue." Bruce nodded, his attention split between the financial reports spread before him and the deeper implications of what Alfred was suggesting. Wayne Enterprises had quietly funded several initiatives related to the storm's aftermath, including medical care for the rescued victims and structural assessments of the tunnel system. But Marcus's observations suggested opportunities for more systemic approaches to the problems that had created the crisis in the first place. Wayland's situation isn't unique, Bruce mused, making notes in the margins of a report about Gotham's emergency services capabilities. There are dozens of people in this city whose circumstances have put them outside conventional support systems. What if we approach that as a resources problem rather than a security issue? The conversation led to research that occupied both Bruce and Alfred for several evenings. Gotham's homeless population included a significant number of individuals whose needs couldn't be met by traditional shelters or social services. Some, like Jones, had physical conditions that made conventional housing unsuitable. Others had psychological barriers that made it difficult for them to access help through normal channels. Still others possessed skills or knowledge that could be valuable to the city if properly channeled. Emergency services have been discussing the possibility of training specialized rescue teams, Alfred noted, reading from communications he had intercepted through the cave's monitoring systems. Personnel who could operate in environments that are too dangerous for conventional responders. The tunnel system, collapsed buildings, industrial accidents. He looked up from the report meaningfully. Situations where enhanced physical capabilities and environmental adaptation would be crucial. The idea had merit, but it would require careful implementation to avoid the exploitation that had marked so many of society's previous attempts to use people with unusual abilities. Bruce found himself designing frameworks that would provide genuine support and agency to participants. It was social engineering of a sort he had never attempted before, but the principles weren't entirely different from the strategic thinking that informed his vigilante activities. Meanwhile, in the depths beneath Gotham, Waylon Jones was conducting his own reassessment of purpose and possibility. The tunnel system had been partially drained as city engineers worked to restore proper water flow, but many sections remained accessible to someone with his unique abilities. He found himself returning to the chambers where he had tried to create his sanctuary. Not to rebuild it, but to understand what had gone wrong and what might be done differently. The platforms he had constructed remained structurally sound, testament to engineering instincts he hadn't fully recognized in himself. With proper planning and resources, similar structures could serve legitimate purposes. Emergency shelters that could be activated during floods, staging areas for rescue operations, even research stations for studying the city's underground systems. His work had been misguided in its application, but the underlying skills were valuable. It was during one of these solitary explorations that Jones encountered Commissioner Gordon, who had been conducting his own investigation of the tunnel network. The meeting was tense initially, both men uncertain about the other's intentions, but Gordon's approach was characterized by the same thoughtful pragmatism that had made him effective in his long career dealing with Gotham's complexities. Waylon, Gordon said simply, using the man's given name deliberately. I wanted to thank you for what you did during the storm. Those people are alive because of you. The acknowledgement clearly surprised Jones, who had expected either threats or demands for surrender. I didn't do it right, he replied, his voice carrying the self-recrimination that had haunted him since the rescue. I made them sicker instead of helping them get better. You did the best you could with what you knew, Gordon corrected gently, and when you learned better, you did better. That's more than I can say for a lot of people in this city. He gestured to the tunnel around them. The city engineers tell me these structures you built are remarkably well designed. They want to study them, maybe incorporate some of your techniques into official emergency protocols. The conversation that followed explored possibilities that neither man had anticipated. Gordon had been wrestling with the resource limitations that constantly hampered emergency services, while Jones possessed capabilities that could address some of those limitations if properly coordinated. The challenge was creating frameworks that would allow such cooperation without compromising the safety and agency of everyone involved. There's a new position being created, Gordon explained, emergency response specialist, focused on situations that require unconventional approaches. It would be civilian rather than police, reporting to the Emergency Management Office rather than GCPD. The pay isn't much, but it comes with benefits, training, and official recognition. He paused, studying Jones's reaction. Interested, the offer represented a fundamental shift in how Gotham might approach the challenges posed by residents whose circumstances had placed them outside conventional social structures. Rather than treating them as problems to be managed, the city would be recognizing them as resources to be supported and properly utilized. It was a radical departure from traditional approaches, but one that the storm's aftermath had shown to be both necessary and potentially effective. Jones's acceptance was hesitant but genuine, his years of isolation making it difficult to believe that legitimate opportunities for service actually existed. But the prospect of using his abilities in ways that actually helped people, rather than inadvertently harming them, provided motivation that overcame his reservations. The position would require training, coordination with other emergency services, and ongoing evaluation to ensure effectiveness. But it also offered something he had never expected to find: a place where his transformation was an asset rather than a liability. The formal announcement of the new program was carefully managed to emphasize its innovative approach to emergency response, rather than focusing on the unusual nature of its first recruit. Media coverage was generally positive, with Jenny Rodriguez and the other rescue survivors serving as effective advocates for the initiative. The story became one of redemption and creative problem-solving, rather than simple forgiveness for past misunderstandings. Bruce watched these developments with satisfaction, tinged by a deeper understanding of how complex social change actually worked. Individual heroics, whether performed by Batman or by someone like Waylon Jones, could address immediate crises but couldn't solve systemic problems. Real progress required institutional changes that created space for people to contribute in ways that matched their capabilities and circumstances. It's remarkable what becomes possible when people are willing to look beyond surface appearances, Alfred observed one evening as they reviewed news coverage of the program's early operations. Jones had already been deployed successfully in 2 emergency situations, his unique abilities proving crucial in rescues that conventional methods couldn't have accomplished. Master Bruce, I believe your approach to these situations has evolved considerably over the years. The observation was accurate in ways that went beyond Bruce's specific dealings with Jones. His understanding of justice had gradually shifted from a focus on punishment toward an emphasis on prevention and rehabilitation. The storm and its aftermath had provided a case study in how that shift could produce outcomes that served everyone's interests more effectively than traditional approaches. As autumn deepened and Gotham settled into its seasonal rhythms, the tunnel system returned to its normal state of quiet functionality. The floodwaters had receded completely, leaving behind structures that were both cleaner and more accessible than they had been in decades. City engineers continued their assessments and restoration work, often consulting with both Batman and the emergency response team that had grown around Jones's initial recruitment. The chambers where Jones had attempted to create his sanctuary were gradually converted into official emergency stations, equipped with proper life support and communication systems. They served as reminders of both the good intentions that had driven their creation and the importance of understanding how to implement such intentions effectively. In a city where the line between heroism and disaster was often determined by knowledge and resources rather than motivation, they represented valuable lessons about the complexity of truly helping others. Jenny Rodriguez began her senior year of high school with a new sense of purpose, having decided to pursue studies in emergency management and social work. Her experience in the tunnels had given her insights into both crisis response and the needs of marginalized populations that would serve her well in such fields. She maintained occasional contact with Jones, their shared experience having created a bond that transcended the unusual circumstances of their meeting. "He's not a monster," she would tell anyone who asked about her ordeal. "He's just someone who learned to survive in a world that didn't make room for him. The amazing thing isn't that he made mistakes trying to help, it's that he kept trying to help at all." Her perspective had become influential in how Gotham approached similar situations, contributing to policy changes that emphasized support and integration rather than exclusion and punishment. The old aqueduct system, meanwhile, continued its patient work of channeling water safely through the city's foundations. Its Victorian stonework remained as solid as ever, a testament to the vision and craftsmanship of engineers who had built for centuries rather than mere decades. The storm had revealed hidden connections and possibilities, but the fundamental structure had been there all along, waiting for circumstances that would allow its full potential to be realized. In the quiet hours before dawn, when Batman's patrol brought him near the tunnel entrances, Bruce sometimes detected the subtle signs of activity below, the movement of someone who belonged in those depths, who understood their patterns and possibilities in ways that no one else could match. It was a reminder that Gotham's protection came from many sources, some visible and celebrated, others working in shadow and silence, all contributing to the city's complex ecosystem of survival and service. The storm had passed, but its lessons remained, integrated into the city's evolving understanding of how to care for all its residents, even those who seemed most different from the norm. In the depths beneath Gotham's streets, ancient systems continued their work with new purpose and support, guided by those who had learned to see opportunity where others saw only obstacles, connection where others saw only isolation, hope where others saw only the impenetrable darkness of the depths below. The storm's aftermath had settled into memory by the time winter's first frost touched Gotham's windows, leaving crystalline patterns that caught the early morning light like fragments of shattered dreams. From the study windows of Wayne Manor, Bruce could see how the city had healed from the flood's wounds. Streets repaired, buildings restored, the underground systems flowing once again with Victorian precision. But healing, he had learned, was rarely as simple as reconstruction. "The weather service is predicting a quiet evening, Master Bruce," Alfred noted, setting down the morning tea with movements that spoke of decades of graceful routine. No storms forecast, no dramatic weather patterns, rather a welcome change after recent months. His voice carried the subtle satisfaction of someone who appreciated the value of ordinary peace. Bruce nodded, though his attention was drawn to something beyond the immediate forecast. The newspaper spread before him contained a small item buried on the third page. An art theft at the Gotham Museum of Fine Arts, notable more for its precision than its scale. A single piece taken from a collection of rare Byzantine jewelry, removed so skillfully that the theft hadn't been discovered until the next morning's inventory check. Professional work, Bruce observed, studying the details with the practiced eye of someone who understood the difference between random crime and calculated artistry. No alarms triggered, no damaged cases, security footage mysteriously corrupted for exactly 17 minutes. He traced the article's sparse details with one finger. Someone who knows the museum's systems intimately. Alfred moved closer, his own interest piqued by the analytical tone in Bruce's voice. A stolen piece? A Byzantine cat pendant, Bruce replied, though something in his expression suggested the detail carried significance beyond its obvious value. Century, part of a private collection donated last month. Gold and obsidian, designed to be worn as both jewelry and protection. The word hung in the air between them, carrying implications that went beyond simple superstition. In Gotham, the line between symbolism and reality often blurred in ways that demanded careful attention. A cat pendant stolen with professional precision during the city's first quiet period in months suggested patterns that Bruce's instincts couldn't ignore. "Master Bruce," Alfred said softly, "you have that expression you get when ordinary crimes reveal themselves to be something more complex." "Maybe," Bruce replied, folding the newspaper with deliberate care. "Or maybe I've just learned to recognize when Gotham's quiet periods are about to end." He stood, moving toward the window where frost patterns created their own intricate mysteries on the glass. "The storm taught us something about the connections hidden beneath the surface. But storms aren't the only thing that reveals what's been waiting in the shadows." Outside, the city stretched toward the horizon, under a sky that promised nothing more dramatic than ordinary winter weather. But Bruce had learned to read Gotham's moods in subtler signs than meteorological forecasts, in the rhythm of police reports, the patterns of seemingly unrelated incidents, the quality of silence that preceded both revelation and rain. Somewhere in those quiet streets, someone moved with the fluid grace of a predator who understood that the most successful hunts began not with dramatic announcements, but with the patient observation of prey who believed themselves safe. The storm had passed, but the night held different mysteries now, ones that required different skills to navigate and understand. The Byzantine cat pendant was beautiful, Bruce had to admit, studying the museum's catalogue photographs with enhanced optics that revealed details invisible to casual observation. But its beauty was the least interesting thing about it. The piece had been acquired as part of an estate donation, its provenance carefully documented back through generations of collectors who had valued it for reasons that went beyond artistic appreciation. Alfred appeared at his shoulder with the quiet efficiency that made him invaluable for exactly this kind of research. "The donor's family history makes for interesting reading," he observed, placing a folder beside the catalogue. "Old Gotham bloodlines, the kind that built fortunes during the city's expansion and kept detailed records of their acquisitions." He paused meaningfully, including some rather specific notations about this particular piece's practical applications. Bruce opened the folder, finding documentation that confirmed his growing suspicions. The pendant hadn't been stolen for its monetary value, significant though that might be. Someone had taken it for reasons that related to its history, its symbolism, or perhaps its rumored properties as a tool for those who moved through the night with purposes that daylight couldn't accommodate. "Professional cat burglar with an interest in Byzantine jewelry," Bruce mused, though his tone suggested he was thinking aloud rather than drawing conclusions. "Someone who understands both art history and security systems, who can move through the museum without triggering detection, who knows exactly what they want and how to get it, and who chose to make their move during Gotham's first peaceful week in months," Alfred added, almost as if they were waiting for the city's attention to be focused elsewhere, for the dramatic events to subside so that quieter work could proceed unnoticed. The observation was astute, fitting patterns that Bruce recognized from years of studying how Gotham's various operators adapted their methods to changing circumstances. The storm and its aftermath, had indeed consumed the city's attention, creating opportunities for those patient enough to wait for the right moment to act. As evening approached, Bruce found himself preparing for a different kind of patrol than those that had characterized recent weeks. No emergency calls, no dramatic rescues, no immediate crises demanding intervention. Instead, the night promised the subtle work of tracking someone who preferred shadows to spotlights, who understood that true artistry lay not in grand gestures, but in perfect execution of carefully planned operations. The frost on Wayne Manor's windows had thickened as temperatures dropped, creating patterns that would have seemed random to casual observation, but that revealed their underlying mathematics to anyone who understood how natural forces shape themselves according to invisible laws. It was a reminder that even in apparent chaos, patterns existed for those who knew how to recognize them. Somewhere in Gotham's quiet streets, those patterns were about to intersect in ways that would test everything Bruce had learned about the delicate balance between pursuit and understanding, between justice and the recognition that some crimes revealed more about the criminal's circumstances than their character. The storm had taught him about the connections hidden beneath the surface of obvious events. Now the silence would teach him about the mysteries that moved like shadows across broken glass, leaving traces that only the most careful observation could detect and interpret. The night was calling, but tonight it spoke in whispers rather than roars, promising revelations that would come not through dramatic confrontation, but through the patient art of seeing what others missed, understanding what others dismissed as merely beautiful or merely stolen. The Byzantine cat pendant was out there somewhere, in hands that had taken it for reasons that went beyond simple theft. And those hands, Bruce suspected, belonged to someone whose own story was as complex and layered as the ancient jewelry they had chosen to claim. The hunt was about to begin, but this time the prey might prove to be the hunter, and the hunter might discover that some mysteries were best solved through understanding rather than capture. Rain began to fall as Bruce prepared to enter the night, each drop catching the light from Wayne Manor's windows before shattering against glass that reflected back not just the approaching darkness, but the infinite complexity of a city where every shadow held stories waiting to be discovered, understood, and perhaps, if one was very careful and very patient, even forgiven. Thunder rolled across Gotham's skyline like a warning, its deep voice echoing between glass towers that stretched towards storm-deafened clouds. Rain hammered against the windows of the Gotham Museum of History, each droplet catching the security lights and creating patterns that shifted like liquid diamonds across the polished marble floors. Batman stood in the museum's main gallery, studying a crime scene that defied easy explanation. The Hartwell diamond, a 50-carat blue stone that had once adorned the ceremonial chain of Gotham's first mayor, was gone. Its display case stood open, the sophisticated alarm system disabled with surgical precision. What troubled Batman wasn't the theft itself, but everything the thief had left behind. Security guards unharmed and mysteriously forgetful, surveillance footage expertly corrupted, and not a single fingerprint or fiber to suggest who had been here. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice came through the cow's communication system, steady as always despite the late hour. I've reviewed the museum's security protocols. Whoever did this understood the system intimately, not just the electronics, but the human elements as well. Batman knelt beside the empty display case, his cowl's enhanced vision analyzing trace evidence invisible to normal sight. A single black hair, synthetic and deliberately placed, a faint impression of a gloved hand on glass, made with material that wouldn't leave prints but would catch the right kind of light, And there, almost hidden beneath the case's base, a small calling card, a playing card, ace of spades with a stylized cat silhouette embossed in the corner. Selina, he said quietly, though something about the scene felt wrong. Too obvious, perhaps, too clean for a crime of passion, yet too personal for a simple height. The storm outside intensified, rain now coming in sheets that blurred the city lights into impressionistic smears of color. Lightning illuminated the museum's neoclassical columns, casting dramatic shadows that shifted and danced with each flash. In weather like this, most of Gotham's criminals would be seeking shelter, waiting for clearer skies. But Catwoman had always been different. She moved through the city like she owned it, regardless of condition. Dr. Sarah Chen, the museum's chief archivist, approached with careful steps, her usually pristine appearance disheveled by the night's events. "Detective Batman," she said formally, though her voice carried undertones of distress. "I've been researching the Hartwell diamond's provenance since the theft was discovered. There are irregularities in its history that weren't included in the public documentation." She handed him a leather portfolio filled with photocopied documents, some dating back nearly a century. The diamond wasn't just ceremonial. Mayor Hartwell used it as collateral for several questionable land deals in the 1920s. When he was murdered, officially a robbery though the diamond was left untouched, those contracts became legally complicated. Batman scanned the documents with practiced efficiency. Names jumped out at him: shell companies, offshore accounts, property transfers that had shaped modern Gotham's development. "Deeds contracts are still active." "Technically, yes. The diamond's ownership was never properly resolved after Hartwell's death. Whoever possesses it could potentially make claims on significant portions of downtown Gotham." Dr. Chen's hands trembled slightly as she spoke. Properties worth hundreds of millions of dollars, all tied to a legal technicality that's been buried in bureaucracy for decades. "And someone wants those claims activated," Batman concluded. Rain continued its assault on the museum's windows, the sound creating a steady backdrop to their conversation. "But why now? What's changed?" "The Gotham City Council is voting next week on the downtown redevelopment project," Dr. Chen explained. "If these historical claims were to surface before then," she trailed off, the implications clear. The theft wasn't about the diamond's monetary value. It was about the power it represented, the ability to disrupt or control one of Gotham's largest urban planning initiatives. Batman's cowl chimed softly. "Oracle here," Barbara Gordon's voice carried through the secure channel. "I've been monitoring police frequencies. 3 separate reports of someone on the rooftops near the financial district, moving fast despite the weather. Matches Catwoman's movement patterns. Vector, heading toward the old Meridian building, that condemned skyscraper on 5th and Lexington. Been empty since the renovation project was cancelled last year." Batman knew the building well. 40 stories of Art Deco architecture, beautiful from the outside, but gutted within. It would provide perfect cover for someone who needed privacy, and didn't mind the risk of unstable floors and exposed electrical systems. The kind of place Selina Kyle would choose for a temporary hideout, especially if she needed to examine something valuable without interruption. "I'm en route," he told Oracle, then turned to Dr. Chen. "Keep researching those contracts. I need to understand every legal implication of the diamond's ownership." "Be careful," the archivist said as he prepared to leave. "The people involved in those original deals, their descendants still have significant influence in Gotham. If they discover their family secrets are being investigated..." Batman nodded grimly. In Gotham, the past had a way of reaching into the present with sharp claws, especially when money and power were involved. He launched his grappling hook toward the museum's skylights, ascending through the storm toward the glass ceiling that separated him from the night. The rain hit him like a physical force as he emerged onto the museum's roof. Wind howled between the city's towers, carrying the scent of ozone and urban runoff. Lightning split the sky with increasing frequency, each flash revealing the jagged silhouette of Gotham's skyline, like a photograph negative burned into the darkness. Batman's cape snapped in the wind as he launched himself from the museum's neoclassical pediment toward the first of many rooftops that would carry him across the city. The financial district's glass towers rose ahead of him, like crystalline monuments to corporate power, their surfaces reflecting the storm's fury in endless, fractured patterns. Moving through Gotham during a thunderstorm required different techniques than his usual patrol methods. Rain made surfaces slippery, wind affected the trajectory of his grappling lines, and lightning posed a genuine threat to anyone carrying as much electronic equipment as his cowl contained. But the storm also provided cover. Sound muffled by thunder, movement obscured by sheets of rain, heat signatures dispersed by the constant downpour. He reached the Meridian Building's Art Deco crown just as another lightning bolt illuminated the city. The building's upper floors were dark, their windows long since shattered or boarded over. But there, on the 37th floor, a faint glow suggested someone had found a way to generate power in the abandoned structure. Batman descended the building's exterior with careful precision, testing each handhold before committing his weight. The Meridian's facade was covered in decorative stonework that provided numerous gripping points, but decades of weather and neglect had weakened the mortar. One careless move could send chunks of masonry plummeting to the street below. Through a broken window, he glimpsed the scene inside. Selina Kyle, Catwoman, knelt beside a makeshift table created from stacked construction materials. The Hartwell diamond caught the light of several battery-poised vellied lamps, its blue facets throwing complex patterns across the abandoned office space. But she wasn't admiring the jewel's beauty. Instead, she was photographing it methodically, documenting every angle with professional thoroughness. "I know you're there," she said without looking up from her work. "The rain might muffle sound, but it doesn't hide that brooding presence of yours." Batman entered through the window with fluid grace, water streaming from his cape onto the debris-covered floor. "Selina." She finally looked up, her green eyes reflecting the diamond's blue light. Even in the abandoned building's harsh LED illumination, she moved with the controlled elegance that had always defined her. Her catsuit was adapted for the weather, water-resistant materials that didn't sacrifice flexibility, boots with enhanced grip for wet surfaces. "Before you start the interrogation," she said, setting down her camera, "you should know I didn't steal this for money, or thrills, or any of the usual reasons you probably assume motivate me." "Then why?" Batman kept his distance, though he noticed she made no move toward the diamond. Her body language suggested wariness rather than defensiveness. She was prepared to run, but not to fight. "Because someone hired me to steal it, and I discovered why they wanted it. The same reason they killed my informant 3 days ago." Selina's voice carried an edge of anger that surprised him. "Marcus Rivera, small-time fence, worked the art and antiquities circuit. He approached me with what seemed like a straightforward job: acquire a specific piece from the museum, deliver it to a client, collect payment." She gestured toward the diamond. Marcus didn't mention the client's name, but he was scared. More scared than a simple theft job would warrant. When I pressed him for details, he said it involved old Gotham money and people who made problems disappear permanently. "And 3 days ago?" "Found him in the Gotham River, weighted down with chains. Professional work." Selina's jaw tightened. Marcus wasn't just a fence. He was one of the few people in this city who understood how to research the provenance of stolen historical artifacts. Someone needed his expertise, then eliminated him to protect their secret. Batman processed this information against what Dr. Chen had told him about the diamond's history, the Hartwell contracts. Someone wanted to research their legal validity before making the theft public. More than that, Selina activated a tablet computer, its screen showing scanned documents. Marcus found records suggesting Mayor Hartwell wasn't killed in a random robbery. He was murdered by business partners who wanted to void the contracts he'd signed using the diamond as collateral. The killer was never caught because the investigation was deliberately sabotaged. The documents on her screen matched what Dr. Chen had shown him, but with additional annotations in what looked like Marcus Rivers' handwriting. Notes about shell companies that still existed, family connections that stretched into the present day, property holdings that would be affected if the historical contracts were legally validated. Someone's been planning this for decades, Batman realized, waiting for the right moment to activate those old claims. The downtown redevelopment project, Selina agreed. If they can prove ownership of key properties through the Hartwell contracts, they can either block the project entirely or demand massive compensation. We're talking about billions of dollars in potential profit. Lightning illuminated the abandoned office space in stark detail, revealing the extent of the building's decay. Water-stained walls, collapsed ceiling tiles, exposed wiring that sparked occasionally despite supposedly being disconnected from the city's power grid. It was the perfect metaphor for Gotham itself. Beautiful architecture hiding dangerous secrets. But you took the diamond before they could complete their plan, Batman observed. I took it because Marcus died for trying to help them research it, because I realized the client wasn't just planning financial manipulation. They were willing to kill anyone who could expose the truth about Mayor Hartwell's murder. Selina's voice carried conviction that surprised him with its intensity. Some thefts are about profit. This one's about justice. Batman found himself believing her. Despite years of experience that suggested skepticism, Selina had always operated by her own moral code, but that code was more consistent than many gave her credit for. She stole from those who could afford the loss, avoided unnecessary violence, and had her own standards about which jobs she would and wouldn't accept. "Who hired you?" he asked. "That's where things get complicated." She closed the tablet, her expression troubled. The initial contact came through intermediaries, lawyers, shell companies, the usual maze of corporate entities that Gotham's wealthy families use to hide their activities. But I've been tracking the money trail since Marcus's death. She moved to another makeshift table, this one supporting a laptop computer and several external hard drives. The funds ultimately trace back to the Pemberton Trust. Old money, very old. The kind of family that helped finance Gotham's early development and still owns significant portions of the city through various holding companies. Batman knew the name. The Pembertons had been major players in Gotham's political and economic development for over a century. Their influence often exercised quietly through charitable foundations and cultural institutions. If they were involved in the diamond theft, it suggested corruption at the highest levels of the city's establishment. Edmund Pemberton III, Selina continued. Current head of the family trust, city council member, chairman of the downtown redevelopment committee. He's in a position to know exactly which properties would be affected by the Hartwell contracts, and to manipulate the legal proceedings to his family's advantage. Or he could be trying to prevent those contracts from being activated, Batman pointed out. If the Pembertons own properties that would be affected by historical claims, that's what I thought initially. But look at this. She turned the laptop screen toward him, displaying property ownership records that had been cross-referenced with the Hartwell contract documents. The Pemberton Trust doesn't own any of the properties covered by the historical claims, but they do own significant holdings adjacent to those properties, land that would become exponentially more valuable if the redevelopment project were delayed, or can. The pattern became clear as Batman studied the data. The Pembertons weren't trying to claim ownership of downtown properties through the Hartwell contracts. They were planning to use those contracts to disrupt the redevelopment project, creating artificial scarcity that would drive up the value of their existing holdings. It was a sophisticated financial manipulation that would generate enormous profits while appearing to be based on legitimate historical claims. Elegant, he admitted, and completely legal if they can prove the contracts are valid, which is why they needed Marcus to research the diamond's provenance and why they killed him when he got too close to the truth about Mayor Hartwell's murder. Selina closed the laptop with decisive force. They can't afford to have anyone prove the contracts were signed under duress, or that Hartwell's death was arranged by his business partners. Thunder crashed outside, so close that the building's windows rattled in their frames. The storm was intensifying, making travel across the city's rooftops increasingly dangerous. But Batman found himself reluctant to leave, not just because of the weather, but because of the complex emotions Selina's revelation had stirred. "What's your plan?" he asked. "Originally, disappear. Take the diamond somewhere safe and let the Pembertons' scheme collapse without the physical evidence they need." She looked toward the broken windows, rain now driving through the openings with increasing force. "But that was before I realized you'd figure out what was really happening, and before I admitted to myself that running away wouldn't bring Marcus justice." "Selina, I know what you're going to say, that I should turn over the evidence to the proper authorities, trust the legal system to handle this appropriately." Her smile was sad and knowing. "But we both know how Gotham's legal system handles cases involving old money families and billion-dollar development projects." She was right, and they both knew it. Even with evidence of criminal conspiracy, the Pembertons had enough legal and political influence to delay proceedings indefinitely. By the time any charges were filed, the redevelopment project would have moved forward or been cancelled, and the financial manipulation would be a fait accompli. "There's another option," Batman said slowly. "We expose the truth about Mayor Hartwell's murder. If we can prove the original contracts were signed under duress, it invalidates any current claims based on those documents." "With what evidence? The murder happened almost a century ago. Any witnesses are long dead, any physical evidence destroyed or lost." Selina shook her head. "Besides, proving the contracts are invalid doesn't solve the real problem. The Pembertons will just find another way to manipulate property values for their benefit." Lightning illuminated the office space again, and in that brief moment of stark clarity, Batman saw something he hadn't noticed before. Selina's hands were trembling, not from cold or fear, but from exhaustion. She'd been working non-stop since the theft, researching the diamond's history, tracking financial connections, trying to understand the full scope of the conspiracy she'd stumbled into. "When did you last sleep?" he asked. The question caught her off guard. "What does that have to do with anything?" "You've been running on adrenaline since Marcus's death. Making decisions when you're exhausted leads to mistakes." He moved closer, noting the dark circles under her eyes, the tension in her shoulders. "This isn't just about the money or the political manipulation. Marcus's death affected you more than you want to admit." "He was a good man," she said quietly. "Not perfect. He dealt in stolen goods, bent rules when it suited him, but he never hurt anyone, never got involved in the violent side of the business. He helped me with research for jobs, provided authentication services for collectors who asked too many questions. Her voice cracked slightly. He trusted me with this job and I got him killed. No, Batman said firmly. The Pembertons got him killed. You're trying to make sure his death wasn't meaningless. Alfred's voice interrupted through the cow's communication system. Master Bruce, I'm monitoring weather reports. The storm is intensifying significantly. Wind speeds approaching dangerous levels. You should consider seeking shelter until conditions improve. Copy that, Alfred. Batman looked at Selina, then at the rain driving through the broken windows with increasing violence. This building isn't safe in a storm this severe. The electrical systems are compromised and the structural integrity is questionable. I'm not leaving without the diamond, Selina said stubbornly. It's the only physical evidence we have. Then we take it with us. There's a safe house 6 blocks from here, Wayne Enterprises property, climate-controlled, secure communications. He paused, knowing his next words would surprise her. We can analyze the evidence properly there, develop a plan that doesn't require you to disappear from Gotham permanently. She studied his face for a long moment, as if trying to read his motivations. You're offering to help me, not arrest me, not confiscate the evidence. Actually, help me. Expose the Pembertons' conspiracy. Marcus Rivera deserved better than to die for someone else's greed. And Gotham deserves better than to have its development held hostage by century-old financial manipulation. Batman moved toward the diamond, noting how its facets caught and scattered the LED light. Besides, you were right earlier. The legal system isn't equipped to handle this kind of sophisticated corruption. Sometimes justice requires unofficial intervention. Selina packed the diamond carefully in a protective case. Along with her laptop and the research materials she'd assembled. As she worked, Batman contacted Alfred through the cow's communication system. Alfred, I need you to prepare the Meridian safe house. Full electronic suite, secure communications, climate control for sensitive materials. Certainly, Master Bruce. Might I ask what you're planning? Long-term investigation into financial conspiracy involving the Pemberton Trust. Potentially dangerous to conduct from Wayne Manor or the cave. Too many connections that could be traced back to Bruce Wayne. Alfred's pause was barely perceptible. I see. And will you be working alone on this investigation? No. I'll have assistance from someone with expertise in art theft and historical research. Another pause, longer this time. Miss Kyle, I presume. Yes? I'll ensure the safe house is properly stocked for an extended stay. And Master Bruce? Perhaps it would be wise to remember that the most dangerous conspiracies are often those that blur the line between professional and personal interests. Batman understood Alfred's warning, but he also understood something else. This case had already moved beyond professional interest. Selina's determination to seek justice for Marcus Rivera, her willingness to risk exposure to prevent the Pembertons from profiting from murder, had revealed aspects of her character that complicated his usual black and white view of criminals and crime fighters. Ready? Selina announced, shouldering a waterproof pack containing the evidence. Though I should warn you, traveling across rooftops in this weather is going to be treacherous. She was right. The storm had transformed Gotham's usually navigable skyline into a maze of slippery surfaces and dangerous obstacles. Wind gusted unpredictably between buildings, strong enough to affect the trajectory of grappling lines or knock a person off balance during a jump. Rain had turned every surface into a potential slip hazard, while lightning posed an electrocution risk to anyone carrying metal equipment. But Batman had moved through Gotham in worse conditions, and Selina's agility was legendary, even among the city's most athletic criminals. Together they could manage the journey if they were careful and worked as a team. They left the Meridian building through the same broken window Batman had used to enter, emerging onto a narrow ledge 37 stories above street level. The wind immediately tried to push them back against the building's facade, while rain stung any exposed skin with needle-sharp intensity. "Stay close," Batman called over the storm's roar. "Follow my lead and don't attempt any jumps without signaling first." Selina nodded, her usually playful demeanor replaced by professional focus. This wasn't the time for banter or showing off. One mistake at this height would be fatal. They moved along the building's exterior decorative elements, using Art Deco flourishes as handholds while the storm battered them from all sides. Lightning illuminated their progress in stroboscopic flashes, each bolt revealing the city stretched out below them like a circuit board of lights and shadows. The first rooftop crossing required a leap of nearly 20 feet between buildings. Batman went first, his cape snapping like a flag in the wind as he launched himself across the gap. The landing was harder than usual. The target rooftop was slick with rain, and he had to roll to absorb the impact without losing his footing. Selina followed a moment later, her leap more graceful but equally dangerous. She landed in a crouch beside him, water streaming from her catsuit as she immediately prepared for the next phase of their journey. "2 more buildings, then we can use internal passages for the final approach," Batman told her, raising his voice to be heard over the thunder. They continued across the financial district's rooftops, each crossing requiring careful calculation of wind speeds, surface conditions, and the constantly changing visibility created by sheets of rain. Twice they had to wait for lightning to pass before attempting particularly exposed jumps, standing pressed against air conditioning units or elevator housings while electricity split the sky around them. The safe house occupied the top floor of a nondescript office building that Wayne Enterprises used for storage and occasional meetings. From the outside, it appeared to be just another corporate facility. Inside, it contained surveillance equipment, secure communications gear, and climate-controlled storage for sensitive materials. Everything they would need for an extended investigation. Batman activated the building's security systems as they entered, ensuring privacy while they worked. Selina immediately began setting up her research materials on a conference table that Alfred had already prepared, with additional lighting and magnification equipment. "Impressive," she said, examining the laboratory quill setup. "Your butler certainly knows how to anticipate needs." "Alfred has decades of experience supporting investigations of various kinds," Batman replied, "and he knows down that the interminable operations of proper equipment for analyzing evidence." As if summoned by his name, Alfred's voice came through the building's intercom system. "Master Bruce, I've taken the liberty of preparing refreshments and establishing secure connections to several databases that might prove useful for historical research. Miss Kyle, I trust you'll find the accommodations adequate for your work." "More than adequate," Selina replied, genuine appreciation in her voice. "Thank you." "My pleasure. I should mention that I've also been researching the Pemberton family's financial activities, focusing on their involvement in historical preservation and urban development projects. There are some interesting patterns that might be relevant to your investigation." Batman activated a wall-mount display screen as Alfred began transmitting data. Financial records, property transactions, political contributions, and charitable donations appeared in interconnected diagrams that revealed the scope of the Pemberton Trust's influence throughout Gotham. "Fascinating," Selina murmured, studying the connections. They've been positioning themselves for this manipulation for decades. Look at these property acquisitions. They've been quietly buying land adjacent to the areas covered by the Hartwell contracts since the 1980s, suggesting they've known about the contract's existence for at least 40 years, Batman observed. This isn't opportunistic financial manipulation. It's a long-term strategy that's been decades in the making. Alfred's voice carried thoughtful analysis. The pattern suggests they may have been waiting for the right political moment to activate their plan. The current downtown redevelopment project provides the perfect catalyst. Enough money at stake to justify the risk of exposing century-old secrets. Selina had begun photographing the Hartwell diamond again, this time using the safe house's professional lighting and magnification equipment. Under proper illumination, details became visible that had been obscured in the abandoned building's harsh LED glare. "There's something here," she said, adjusting the magnification. "Engravings inside the stone itself. Microscopic text that's been laser-etched into the crystal structure." Batman moved closer as she captured high-resolution images of the diamond's interior. The engravings were incredibly small, visible only under maximum magnification, but they appeared to be numbers and letters arranged in some kind of code. "Coordinates," he suggested. "Maybe. Or account numbers, legal references, something that identifies specific documents or locations." Selina continued photographing from different angles, building a complete record of the hidden engravings. This explains why the diamond itself was so important to the Pembertons' plan. It's not just collateral for the historical contracts. It contains information that's crucial to implementing them. Alfred's research had revealed another crucial piece of the puzzle. "Master Bruce, I've discovered that Edmund Pemberton III isn't the only family member involved in this conspiracy. His cousin, Margaret Pemberton Shaw, serves on the Gotham Museum of History's board of directors. She would have had access to information about the diamond security systems and exhibition schedule. Inside information for planning the theft," Batman realized, "and influence over how the museum responds to the theft's discovery." "More than that," Selina said grimly. "The storm outside was important. That's where it becomes proven." Dr. Chen mentioned irregular aspects of the diamond's provenance weren't included in the public documentation. Gaps that might have been deliberately created. The storm outside was beginning to weaken, thunder becoming less frequent as the weather system moved east toward the Atlantic. But inside the safe house, their investigation was intensifying as new connections emerged from the evidence. Batman studied the financial diagrams Alfred had prepared, looking for patterns that might reveal the conspiracy's full scope. If the Pembertons had been planning this for decades, there might be other historical artifacts they've targeted, other legal technicalities they're prepared to exploit. "I can check Marcus's files," Selina offered. He kept detailed records of unusual research requests, especially those involving historical provenance. If the Pembertons approached other researchers, she activated her laptop and began accessing encrypted files that Marcus Rivera had maintained. The Fence's death hadn't been in vain. His meticulous record-keeping provided a roadmap of the conspiracy's development over several years. Multiple requests for research into colonial-era land grants, early industrial contracts, historical mining claims, all involving properties in the downtown development area. Building a comprehensive legal challenge to modern property ownership, Batman concluded. The Hartwell diamond was just one piece of a much larger puzzle. Alfred's voice carried concern as he continued monitoring the family's activities. "Master Bruce, I'm detecting increased communication activity among Pemberton Trust entities. They appear to be accelerating their timeline. possibly because they've realized the diamond has been stolen. How long before they can proceed without it? Selina asked. That depends on how much of the information they've already extracted from other sources, Batman replied. But if the diamond contains crucial coordinates or account numbers, they'll need it to complete their plan. Then we use their desperation against them, Selina said, her voice carrying the same determination that had motivated her to steal the diamond in the first place. We let them know we have it, arrange a meeting and record them admitting to the conspiracy. Too dangerous, Batman objected. If they're willing to kill researchers who get too close to the truth, they won't hesitate to eliminate both of us. Not if we choose the meeting location carefully. Somewhere public, with multiple escape routes, where violence would draw unwanted attention. Selina's expression showed she'd already begun planning. The museum itself, during the day, they'd have to behave like civilized people while trying to negotiate for the diamond's return. Alfred's voice carried paternal concern. Miss Kyle, while I admire your courage, I must point out that the Pembertons have had decades to plan for contingencies. They may be prepared for exactly the kind of confrontation you're proposing. Then what do you suggest? She asked. Batman had been thinking the same thing, weighing options that would expose the conspiracy without putting either of them at unnecessary risk. We don't confront them directly. We let the evidence speak for itself. He activated another screen, displaying the photograph Selina had taken of the diamond's hidden engravings, alongside Alfred's research into the Pemberton family's financial activities. We document everything, create an irrefutable record of the conspiracy, and present it to authorities who are outside the Pemberton sphere of influence. The FBI, Selina realized. Federal investigators who specialize in financial crimes and aren't subject to local political pressure. Exactly. But we need more than just the diamond and financial records. We need evidence that directly connects the Pembertons to Marcus Rivera's murder and the theft of historical documents. Selina's expression darkened. I might be able to help with that. Marcus wasn't just a fence. He was paranoid about protecting himself and his clients. He maintained detailed surveillance of his own operations, including meetings with potential employers. Video recordings? Audio at minimum. He wore a wire to most business meetings, kept the recordings as insurance against clients who might try to eliminate him after completing jobs. She paused, grief flickering across her features. Lot of good it did him in the end. Where would he have stored the recordings? Hidden in his apartment, probably. Multiple backup locations, encrypted storage, the works. Marcus understood that information was the only protection he had in a business where trust was rare. Batman considered the implications. If Marcus Rivera had recorded his meetings with the Pemberton's representatives, those recordings could provide direct evidence of conspiracy to commit theft and potentially murder. Combined with the diamond's hidden engravings and Alfred's financial research, it would be enough to trigger a comprehensive federal investigation. Getting into Marcus's apartment won't be easy, Selina warned. After his death, the police sealed it as a crime scene. By now they've probably released it to his estate, but it'll still be monitored. Leave that to me, Batman said. Oracle can provide real-time surveillance data, help us avoid detection while we search for the recordings. Alfred's voice carried cautious optimism. If I may suggest, Master Bruce, this approach has the advantage of working within legal channels while still achieving justice for Mr. Rivera. The federal authorities have resources and jurisdiction that local law enforcement lacks. And it keeps both of us out of prison, Selina added with grim humor. Though I have to admit, the idea of watching the Pembertons get arrested by federal agents has a certain poetic appeal. The storm outside had finally passed. leaving behind the clean scent of rain-washed air and the gentle patter of water dripping from building edges. Through the safe house's windows, they could see Gotham's lights beginning to emerge from behind the clouds, the city's eternal glow undimmed by the night's tempest. "We should move while we have darkness," Batman suggested. "Marcus's apartment is in the Bowery. Easier to approach without being seen if we leave now." Selina packed the diamond and her research materials with practiced efficiency, though Batman noticed she handled Marcus Rivera's files with particular care. The fence's death had affected her more deeply than she'd initially admitted, not just as a professional setback, but as a personal loss. "Tell me about him," Batman said as they prepared to leave the safe house. "Marcus, what was he like as a person?" Selina paused in her packing, surprised by the question. "Why do you want to know?" "Because understanding why his death matters to you helps me understand why this case matters beyond just stopping the Pemberton's conspiracy." She considered this, then smiled, with genuine warmth for the first time since he'd found her in the abandoned building. Marcus was old school, believed in honor among thieves, kept his word even when it cost him money. He helped kids who got in over their heads with dangerous people, provided legitimate authentication services for collectors who didn't ask too many questions about provenance. Her expression grew more serious. But more than that, he understood that Gotham's art and antiquities market wasn't just about money. It was about preserving pieces of the city's history that might otherwise be lost or destroyed. Some of his clients were museums that couldn't afford to bid against private collectors at auction. He helped them acquire important pieces through unofficial channels. "A thief with a social conscience," Batman observed. "A man who believed that history belongs to everyone, not just those wealthy enough to lock it away in private collections." Selina finished packing and shouldered her equipment. The Pembertons represent everything he opposed, using historical artifacts as tools for financial manipulation rather than preserving them for their cultural value. They left the safe house through a service entrance that connected to Gotham's underground maintenance tunnels. The storm had flooded some of the lower passages, but Batman knew routes that would keep them dry while avoiding street-level surveillance. Marcus Rivera's apartment occupied the third floor of a converted warehouse in the Bowery, an area where gentrification and urban decay existed in uneasy proximity. The building itself was typical of the neighborhood, solid construction from the early 20th century, but showing signs of deferred maintenance and economic neglect. "Police tape is gone," Selina observed as they approached through an alley that provided cover from the main street. "But there are still signs of surveillance. Unmarked van across the street, movement detectors on the building's entrances." Batman activated his cowl's enhanced vision, scanning for electronic surveillance equipment. "GCPD is monitoring, but it's routine observation rather than active investigation. They're not expecting anyone to attempt entry." "Then they don't know Marcus as well as they think they did," Selina said with grim satisfaction. "He designed his security to keep out professional thieves, not just ordinary criminals." They gained access to the building through a skylight that Marcus had apparently modified for emergency escape purposes. His apartment was a testament to organized paranoia, multiple locks on reinforced doors, surveillance cameras monitoring the hallways, and what appeared to be a sophisticated alarm system that had been disabled by police investigators. "They searched thoroughly," Batman observed, noting the careful way furniture had been moved and replaced. "But they were looking for evidence of criminal activity, not hidden surveillance equipment." Selina moved through the apartment with familiarity that suggested she'd been there before. "Marcus showed me his security setup when we first started working together. Professional courtesy. He wanted me to know how seriously he took operational security." She led him to what appeared to be an ordinary bookshelf, filled with art history volumes and auction catalogues. But when she removed 3 specific books in a precise sequence, a hidden panel slid aside to reveal a compact recording studio built into the wall cavity. Every meeting, every phone call, every negotiation, she said, activating equipment that looked more sophisticated than anything the police would have expected to find in a fence's apartment. Marcus recorded everything and stored multiple copies in different locations. The recording system was designed for long-term storage and easy retrieval. Files were organized by date, client code names, and subject matter. Selena's fingers moved across the interface with practiced efficiency, searching for entries related to the Hartwell diamond job. "Here," she said, isolating a series of recordings from 3 weeks earlier. Initial contact from the Pemberton representatives, conducted through intermediaries but traceable back to the source. The first recording revealed a conversation between Marcus and a man who identified himself only as Mr. Smith, an obvious pseudonym, but the caller's accent and speech patterns suggested education and wealth, and his knowledge of historical artifacts indicated genuine expertise rather than casual interest. "We're interested in acquiring a specific piece from the Gotham Museum of History," the caller said. "The Hartwell diamond. Our research suggests it has particular significance beyond its monetary value. Historical pieces from major museums require special handling," Marcus replied cautiously. "The security measures, the public attention if it goes missing, these factors significantly increase the risk and complexity. We understand the challenges. We are prepared to pay appropriately for professional service. And the timeline? We need the piece acquired and its contents analyzed within 2 weeks. After that, the political situation may change in ways that affect our client's interests." Batman and Selina exchanged glances. The timeline confirmed that the theft was connected to the downtown redevelopment project's voting schedule. Subsequent recordings revealed more details about the conspiracy. The Pemberton's representatives had provided Marcus with detailed intelligence about the museum's security systems, guard schedules, and the diamond's specific location within the building. They'd also requested comprehensive documentation of the stone's physical characteristics and any hidden features it might contain. They knew about the engravings, Selina realized. Not just that they existed, but what kind of information they might contain. The most damaging recording came from Marcus's final meeting with the Pemberton representatives, conducted just 2 days before his death. By then, the fence had begun to understand the true scope of what he'd been hired to facilitate. "I've completed the research you requested," Marcus said, his voice carrying tension that hadn't been present in earlier recordings. "But I have concerns about how this information might be used." "Your concerns are noted but irrelevant," replied a different voice, female this time, with the cultured tones of old Gotham aristocracy. "You were hired to provide specific services, not to make moral judgments about our clients' intentions. When those intentions involve potential fraud and political manipulation, moral judgments become relevant to my professional reputation," Marcus replied firmly. "I won't be party to schemes that damage Gotham's legitimate development efforts. Mr. Rivera, I think you've misunderstood the nature of our arrangement. This isn't a negotiation where you can withdraw your services based on ethical concerns. You've already accepted payment and gained access to sensitive information. Your continued cooperation is necessary." The threat was veiled but unmistakable, but Marcus had tried to back out of the job when he realized its true implications, and the Pembertons had made it clear that wasn't an option. "I see," Marcus said quietly. "And if I refuse to complete the job, then you'll discover that our client's reach extends far beyond simple financial transactions. Accidents happen in your line of work, Mr. Rivera. particularly to those who breach confidentiality agreements. The recording ended there, but its implications were clear. Marcus Rivera hadn't just been killed to prevent him from exposing the conspiracy. He'd been murdered because he'd tried to withdraw from it, on moral grounds. "Enough for the FBI?" Selina asked, though her voice carried pain at hearing the final conversation between Marcus and his killers. "More than enough," Batman confirmed. "Combined with the financial evidence and the diamond's engravings, this provides a complete picture of conspiracy, fraud, and murder." Alfred's voice came through the cowl's communications system. "Master Bruce, I've been monitoring police communications. There's increased activity around the museum. Multiple units responding to a possible break-in attempt." "The Pembertons," Selina said grimly. "They're trying to make it look like someone else stole the diamond, create an alternative narrative for when they file their legal claims. Or they're destroying evidence that could connect them to the original theft," Batman realized. Dr. Chen mentioned irregularities in the historical documentation, records that might prove their conspiracy goes back decades. They copied Marcus's recordings to multiple encrypted storage devices, ensuring the evidence would survive even if the original equipment was discovered and destroyed. As they prepared to leave the apartment, Selina paused at a framed photograph on Marcus's desk. The fence, shaking hands with a group of children outside what appeared to be a community center. "Art education program," she explained, noticing Batman's attention. Marcus volunteered to teach kids about art history and authentication techniques, legitimate skills they could use for museum work or academic research. "Another reason his death matters," Batman observed. "Another reason the Pembertons need to pay for what they've done," she agreed. They left the apartment the same way they'd entered, though Batman noticed Selina took one last look at the hidden recording studio before closing the concealed panel. Marcus Rivera's paranoid security measures had created a posthumous gift, evidence that would ensure his killers faced justice. The journey back across the city felt different from their earlier rooftop chase. The storm had passed, leaving behind clear skies and the kind of crisp air that made Gotham's lights seem sharper and more defined. They moved with professional efficiency rather than desperate urgency, two people working together toward a common goal rather than predator and prey. "What happens after we turn over the evidence?" Selina asked as they paused on a rooftop overlooking the financial district. "The FBI launches an investigation. The Pembertons get arrested, their financial manipulation gets exposed, and the downtown redevelopment project proceeds without interference from century-old legal technicalities." "And the diamond?" "Returned to the museum, probably with enhanced security and a more complete historical documentation." Batman studied her expression, trying to read her thoughts. "Why?" "Just wondering if this is the kind of ending Marcus would have wanted. The bad guys in prison, the artifact returned to public display, justice served through official channels. You think he would have preferred a different approach?" Selina smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. Marcus believed in working outside official channels when those channels failed to protect what mattered. But he also believed in accountability, making sure people faced consequences for their actions. She paused, looking out over the city lights. "I think he would have approved of using his recordings to expose the conspiracy. It's the kind of poetic justice he would have appreciated." They completed their journey to the FBI field office in downtown Gotham as dawn began lightening the eastern sky. Agent Sarah Martinez, the Bureau's lead investigator for financial crimes, arrived within an hour of receiving Batman's encrypted message. Her reputation for thoroughness and integrity had made her the obvious choice for handling evidence of this sensitivity. "Comprehensive," Agent Martinez said after reviewing the recordings, financial documents, and photographs of the diamond's hidden engravings. "This represents months of investigative work. How did you compile it so quickly?" sources and methods that need to remain confidential, Batman replied. But everything here is authentic and legally admissible. The diamond itself, Selina placed the protective case on Agent Martinez's desk, recovered from the thieves before they could complete their plan. The engravings contain coordinates that correspond to safety deposit boxes in 3 different banks, probably containing additional evidence of the Pemberton's financial manipulation. Agent Martinez handled the diamond with appropriate reverence, clearly understanding its historical significance beyond its role as evidence. We'll need comprehensive documentation of how this was acquired. Chain of custody procedures already prepared, Batman assured her, providing a detailed report that carefully omitted certain aspects of their investigation while maintaining legal accuracy. And your sources will remain anonymous but are available for testimony if required. He glanced at Selina, who nodded agreement. The important thing is stopping the conspiracy before it can cause further damage to Gotham's legitimate development efforts. Agent Martinez spent another hour reviewing the evidence, asking detailed questions about timelines, sources, and the connections between different aspects of the conspiracy. By the time they finished, she was clearly convinced of the case's merit and the evidence's authenticity. We'll move quickly, she assured them. Financial crimes of this scope require immediate action to prevent evidence destruction and asset concealment. She paused, studying their faces with professional curiosity. I have to ask, why bring this to federal authorities instead of handling it through unofficial channels? Because justice works best when it follows proper procedures, Batman replied. And because the victims deserve to see their attackers face legitimate consequences, not vigilante retribution. As they left the FBI building, Selina turned to him with genuine surprise. You really meant that, didn't you? About justice working best through official channels? Sometimes, he admitted, when those channels are capable of handling the situation effectively. He looked back at the federal building where Agent Martinez was already beginning the process that would ultimately bring down the Pemberton conspiracy. This case required evidence gathering and financial analysis that are better handled by professional investigators than vigilante action. And sometimes they require both, she pointed out. Official investigations, backed by unofficial intelligence gathering. They parted ways at dawn, with Selina disappearing into the city's awakening bustle with her characteristic grace. But not before she'd left him with something to consider. Marcus would have liked working with you on this. You both understood that protecting the city sometimes means protecting the things that give it meaning. Its history, its culture, its commitment to justice. Batman returned to Wayne Manor as the sun climbed over Gotham's skyline, painting the city in shades of gold and amber that transformed even its darkest corners into something approaching beautiful. Alfred was waiting with coffee and the kind of understanding that came from decades of shared experience with the complexities of justice and vengeance. A successful evening, Master Bruce. A successful collaboration, Batman replied, accepting the coffee gratefully. The evidence has been turned over to federal authorities. The Pemberton's conspiracy will be exposed, and Marcus Rivera's death will be avenged through proper legal channels. And Miss Kyle proved that sometimes the line between criminal and crime fighter is more complex than we like to admit. Batman considered this as he removed his cowl, becoming Bruce Wayne once again. She could have disappeared with the diamond, profited from the theft while the conspiracy continued. Instead, she chose to seek justice for someone who mattered to her. Alfred's smile carried paternal satisfaction. Perhaps that's the most important lesson of all. That justice is most meaningful when it's motivated by personal connection rather than abstract principle. 3 weeks later, the headlines told the story of the conspiracy's collapse. Federal arrests of the Pemberton family leadership, the exposure of decades-long financial manipulation, and the recovery of the Hartwell diamond for return to public display. The downtown redevelopment project proceeded on schedule, free from the artificial legal challenges that would have delayed it indefinitely. But, for Batman, the case's real conclusion came in a small item buried in the newspaper's community section. The Marcus Rivera Memorial Art Education Fund, established to continue the Fence's work with disadvantaged children interested in art history and museum studies. The fund's anonymous benefactor had provided enough funding to ensure its permanent operation. When he looked up from the newspaper, Alfred was standing nearby with an expression of knowing approval. "Miss Kyle, I presume?" the butler asked. "Most likely," Bruce agreed, though she'd probably deny it if asked directly. "The best kind of justice," Alfred observed. "The kind that honors the memory of the fallen while building something positive for the future." That evening, as Batman began his patrol of Gotham's streets, he found a small package waiting on the cave's computer console. Inside was a single playing card, the ace of spades with a stylized cat silhouette, and a brief note written in elegant script: "Thank you for helping me understand that sometimes the best theft is returning something to where it belongs. S." The note was unsigned, but its meaning was clear. In seeking justice for Marcus Rivera, both Batman and Catwoman had stolen something precious from the forces of corruption and greed. They had reclaimed the belief that Gotham's history and future belonged to all its citizens, not just those wealthy enough to manipulate them for personal gain. As he began his patrol through the rain-washed streets, Batman reflected on the complexity of justice in a city like Gotham. Sometimes it required the full force of law enforcement and federal investigation. Sometimes it needed the shadows and unofficial methods that official authorities couldn't employ. And sometimes it demanded the kind of personal commitment that turned professional obligation into moral imperative. The storm had passed, but its effects lingered in the clean air and the renewed sense that even in Gotham's darkest corners, justice could prevail when people chose to work together rather than apart. In a city built on secrets and shadowed by corruption, that was perhaps the most valuable treasure of all. 3 nights after the storm that had washed Gotham clean of the Pemberton conspiracy, a different kind of weather settled over the city. Where thunder and lightning had brought dramatic clarity to corruption and greed, now a thick fog rolled in from the harbor, wrapping the metropolis in layers of grey mystery that seemed to muffle sound and obscure truth. Batman stood on the rooftop of GCPD headquarters, watching as the fog transformed familiar landmarks into shadowy suggestions of themselves. The cathedral spires disappeared into the mist, like fingers reaching toward invisible heavens. The financial district's glass towers became ghostly monuments, their lights diffused into soft halos that provided more atmosphere than illumination. Quite a change from the other night. Alfred's voice came through the cowl's communication system, carrying the warmth of shared memory. From storms that cleanse to fog that conceals, different challenges require different approaches, Batman replied, though he found something oddly comforting about the fog's embrace. After the intensity of chasing conspiracies across rain-slicked rooftops, there was a meditative quality to the way mist transformed the city's hard edges into something softer, more contemplative. The fog seemed to absorb the city's usual cacophony, creating pockets of unexpected quiet in a metropolis that rarely slept. Street sounds became muffled suggestions. Car headlights transformed into moving stars. and even the harbor's foghorns took on an almost musical quality as they called out warnings to invisible ships. "Oracle to Batman," Barbara Gordon's voice carried through the secure channel. "We're getting reports of unusual activity in the museum district. Nothing criminal exactly, but puzzling. Multiple calls about strange lights, sounds that don't quite make sense, patterns that people notice but can't quite explain." Batman's attention sharpened. In Gotham, puzzling often preceded dangerous, and the museum district's collection of cultural institutions made it a frequent target for the city's more intellectually inclined criminals. Specifics: security guards reporting equipment that tests their logic rather than their courage. Museum pieces rearranged in patterns that seem meaningful but aren't immediately obvious. And there's something else. Several witnesses mention seeing figures in the fog, but when they get closer, there's no one there. As if summoned by their conversation, a new voice crackled across the police frequencies. Calm, measured, and carrying the unmistakable cadence of someone who enjoyed the sound of their own intellect. "Good evening, Gotham. I hope you're enjoying the fog. It provides such interesting opportunities for contemplation, doesn't it? Tell me, when the familiar becomes obscured, how do we navigate toward truth? Tonight, I offer the city a chance to exercise its collective reasoning." The transmission cut off, leaving only static and the growing certainty that Gotham's night was about to become significantly more complicated. Batman moved toward the museum district through fog so thick it seemed to have physical presence, transforming his usual rooftop routes into something resembling an aerial maze. Navigation required careful attention to compass headings and landmark recognition, while the mist's muffling effect meant he could approach targets with unusual stealth. The fog wasn't just weather, it was an atmosphere that demanded different kinds of thinking, different approaches to the puzzles that awaited in the cultural heart of Gotham. As he swung through the grey embrace of the night, Batman prepared himself for the kind of intellectual challenge that the fog seemed perfectly designed to conceal and reveal in equal measure. Behind him, the lights of the financial district faded into memory, their clarity replaced by the mysterious possibilities that fog brought to a city already rich in shadows and secrets. Ahead lay the museum district, where someone was apparently using the weather as cover for games that challenged the mind rather than threatened the body. In the distance, barely audible through the fog's embrace, came the sound of something that might have been laughter. Intelligent, patient, and supremely confident in its own cleverness, fog rolled through Gotham like a living thing, transforming the familiar city into something ancient and mysterious. It crept between buildings with deliberate patience, muffling sounds and softening hard edges until even Batman found himself moving more carefully through streets he knew by heart. The thick mist seemed to absorb light itself, turning street lamps into distant halos, and reducing the towering skyscrapers to ghostly suggestions against the night sky. From his position atop Wayne Tower, Batman surveyed a city made strange by weather. The fog had arrived 3 nights ago with unusual suddenness, rolling in from the harbor with an almost supernatural density. Weather reports called it a rare atmospheric phenomenon, but Batman had learned to be suspicious of anything in Gotham that seemed too convenient, too perfectly timed for criminal purposes. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the cowl with its usual calm precision. "I'm monitoring emergency frequencies. 3rd night of heavy fog, and we're seeing an unusual pattern in the 911 calls." The butler's decades of experience made him invaluable for spotting anomalies that others might miss. Noise complaints, specifically. Citizens reporting strange sounds echoing through the fog. Voices, mechanical noises, things that seemed to move from location to location without any visible source. Batman's enhanced vision struggled against the dense mist, even with the cowl's sophisticated optics. The fog seemed to have its own intelligence, flowing around obstacles and pooling in unexpected places. What kind of sounds, Alfred? Difficult to classify. Some describe it as machinery, others as voices speaking in riddles. The pattern suggests coordination rather than random urban noise. Alfred's typing was audible in the background, cross-referencing data with his characteristic thoroughness. Most intriguingly, several witnesses mentioned that the sounds seemed to come from directions where there are no visible sources, as if the fog itself were speaking. The observation sent a chill through Batman that had nothing to do with the night air. In Gotham, phenomena that seemed supernatural often had very human architects behind them, and there were few criminals in the city who understood the power of psychological manipulation better than Edward Nygma. The Riddler, Batman said quietly, the name carrying certainty born of experience. He's using the fog as cover for something larger. The criminal's genius lay not in brute force, but in understanding how environment could amplify fear and confusion. With visibility reduced to mere feet, Gotham had become the perfect stage for his particular brand of intellectual terrorism. As if summoned by Batman's recognition, speakers throughout the city crackled to life with a familiar, mocking voice. The Riddler's distinctive tones echoed through the fog-shrouded streets, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Greetings, citizens of my temporary domain." Nygma's voice carried through the public address systems with theatrical precision. "For 3 nights, I have been your unseen conductor, orchestrating a symphony of confusion. But tonight, the real performance begins." His laugh drifted through the mist like a living thing, bouncing off buildings and creating false echoes that made tracking his location impossible. Batman descended from Wayne Tower with fluid grace, his cape barely disturbing the fog as he moved through the transformed cityscape. Each footstep seemed unnaturally loud in the muffled atmosphere, and he found himself adjusting his movement patterns instinctively. The fog demanded a different kind of stealth, one based on sound rather than shadow. "The first riddle," Nygma's voice continued, now seeming to come from the east, "concerns a place where voices rise to heaven yet no prayers are spoken, where metal tongues sing without breath and time itself keeps rhythm. Find this place before the hour strikes, or my little surprises will remind Gotham that not all mysteries have pleasant solutions." Alfred. Analysis. Batman sub-vocalized as he moved through streets that had become alien landscape. The fog transformed familiar intersections into mazes, making navigation a careful process of listening and careful observation. Cross-referencing architectural databases. Alfred replied promptly. Voices rising, metal tongues singing. The clues point to bell towers or carry-ons. Gotham has 17 major bell installations, but given the acoustic properties he's exploiting, we should focus on those with the best sound projection. Batman paused at what should have been a familiar corner, momentarily disoriented by how completely the fog had transformed the urban landscape. Even with his enhanced hearing, sounds seemed to bend and shift in unexpected ways. A car engine that should have been blocks away sounded close enough to touch, while his own footsteps created echoes that suggested architectural features that weren't there. "The Cathedral of St. Bartholomew," he said, understanding clicking into place. Largest bell tower in the city, and its carry-on system could be modified to broadcast, but Alfred checked the timing. When he says, "before the hour strikes," current time is 11:17 p.m., Alfred confirmed. If he means the next full hour, that gives us 43 minutes. but knowing Mr. Nigma's flair for dramatic timing, he might mean midnight, which would provide a more appropriate deadline for his theatrical sensibilities. Batman altered course, navigating by memory and the subtle acoustic cues that the fog couldn't completely muffle. The city's sounds were muted but not eliminated. Traffic patterns created a low background hum that helped establish direction, and the fog seemed to carry certain frequencies while absorbing others. It was like moving through a world where the normal rules of perception had been subtly but significantly altered. The Cathedral of St. Bartholomew emerged from the fog gradually, its Gothic spires becoming visible only when Batman was close enough to touch the stonework. The ancient building seemed even more imposing in the mist, its architectural details creating shadows within shadows. The bell tower rose into the fog like a finger pointing at mysteries hidden in the sky. "Movement detected." Alfred's voice carried new urgency. Thermal signatures suggest someone has been working in the bell tower recently. Also, I'm picking up electronic modifications to the carry-on system, additional transmitters, signal boosters, something that could turn the entire structure into a massive broadcasting antenna. Batman scaled the cathedral's exterior with practiced ease, the fog providing perfect cover for his ascent. The ancient stonework was slick with moisture, requiring extra care, but it also muffled any sounds his movement might have created. As he climbed, he could hear the subtle hum of electronic equipment that definitely hadn't been part of the original 19th century construction. The bell chamber was empty of human presence, but filled with Nigma's technological modifications. Banks of speakers had been positioned to work with the tower's natural acoustics, while computer equipment monitored sound propagation throughout the fog-covered city. It was an impressive setup. The Riddler had essentially turned Gotham's most prominent bell tower into a sophisticated audio laboratory. "Ingenious," Alfred observed as Batman transmitted visual data. "He's using the fog's acoustic properties to create false sound sources throughout the city, speakers placed at strategic locations coordinated with the natural sound-carrying properties of the weather pattern. No wonder witnesses couldn't identify where the sounds were coming from." Batman examined the setup more closely, looking for both the immediate threat and clues to Nigma's larger plan. "There," he said, identifying a digital timer connected to what was clearly an explosive device. 47 minutes and counting. But this isn't the main event. It's too obvious, too easy to find. "A misdirection?" Alfred suggested. "Or perhaps the first movement in a larger composition." Before Batman could respond, the speakers throughout the cathedral came alive with Nigma's voice. But this time, it seemed to be coming from multiple directions at once. "Ah, Batman, I wondered when you'd arrive at the most obvious location. Tell me, do you appreciate the acoustics? I've spent considerable time optimizing them for tonight's performance. What's the real target, Nigma?" Batman spoke aloud, knowing the Riddler would have monitoring equipment in place. "Direct questions are so disappointing," came the reply, the voice seeming to circle the bell chamber like a living thing. "Where's your appreciation for the subtle arts? Very well, since you insist on rushing towards solutions rather than savoring mysteries, here's your second riddle. I stand guard where the city's voice emerges, yet speak only through others' words. Citizens seek me for guidance, but I offer only questions in return. My face changes with each passing moment, yet I never move from my appointed place." Batman was already analyzing the clue as Nigma's laughter faded into the fog. "Alfred, news broadcasts, information displays, something that communicates with the city but doesn't originate content. The Times Square information kiosk," Alfred replied immediately. "Digital news displays, updated continuously, positioned where maximum numbers of people would see it. And Master Bruce, I'm detecting increased electronic activity in that area. Multiple devices coming online simultaneously. Batman secured the cathedral's bomb with a small device that would disrupt its detonation sequence, then began his descent. The fog seemed even thicker now, if that were possible, turning the city into a landscape of suggestions and half-glimpsed shapes. Navigation required careful attention to subtle acoustic landmarks, the way certain architectural patterns, the distant sound of harbor activity, the way certain architectural features affected wind flow. As he moved through the transformed city, Batman found himself adjusting not just his navigation techniques, but his entire approach to urban movement. The fog demanded patience, careful listening, trust in senses other than sight. It was a reminder that even someone with his skills could benefit from slowing down, from paying attention to subtleties, usually overwhelmed by more obvious sensory input. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried concern. I'm monitoring emergency frequencies. Reports of strange sounds are increasing. Citizens describing voices in the fog that seem to be calling their names. Mechanical noises that move through the streets like living things. The psychological effect is significant. People are staying indoors, avoiding areas where the fog is thickest. Exactly what Nigma wants, Batman replied, understanding the psychological warfare aspect of the Riddler's plan. Isolation, confusion, making people dependent on any voice that seems to offer clarity. When fear reaches the right level, his broadcasts will seem like salvation rather than threat. The Times Square area emerged from the fog like a technological oasis in a natural desert. Digital displays glowed through the mist with otherworldly intensity, their light creating halos and false depths in the thick air. But something was wrong with the usual commercial displays. Instead of advertisements and news updates, they showed a series of question marks that pulsed in a hypnotic rhythm. Batman approached cautiously, his enhanced vision scanning for both obvious threats and subtle anomalies. The area should have been busy even at this hour, but the fog had driven most people indoors. Only a few figures moved through the mist, and their movements seemed oddly purposeful, as if they were following specific instructions. Alfred, are you seeing this? The people in the square, they're not moving randomly. Confirmed. Their movement patterns suggest they're following audio cues, probably through earpieces or small speakers. Master Bruce, I believe Mr. Nigma is conducting a live experiment in crowd control through acoustic manipulation. As if to confirm Alfred's analysis, the digital displays shifted to show new text. Citizens of Gotham, you have been chosen for a demonstration of responsive urban planning. Follow the voice in the fog and find your way to clarity. Ignore the voice and discover what happens when communities fail to solve problems together. Batman realized the true scope of Nigma's plan. This wasn't just about bombs or riddles. It was about demonstrating how easily a population could be controlled through fear and carefully orchestrated confusion. The people moving through the fog weren't random victims. They were test subjects in an experiment designed to prove the Riddler's intellectual superiority over both Batman and the city itself. The third riddle, Nigma's voice emerged from speakers hidden throughout the square, involves a choice, Batman. Save the individuals who have chosen to trust my guidance or prevent the larger demonstration I have planned for midnight. You cannot do both. The fog that conceals also constrains. Choose wisely, because in exactly 37 minutes, Gotham will learn whether its protector understands the difference between heroism and mere reaction. Batman studied the controlled crowd, noting how they moved in response to audio cues only they could hear. Whatever Nigma was telling them through their hidden receivers, It was compelling enough to override their natural caution about wandering through fog-shrouded streets at night. They looked calm, almost peaceful, which made them more dangerous to themselves than if they had been obviously afraid. Alfred, I need you to trace the audio signals controlling these people. Can you identify what they're hearing? Working on it, came the immediate reply. The signals are encrypted, but Master Bruce, I'm getting fragments. He's telling them they're part of a solution, that by following his voice they're helping to solve a city-wide problem. He's making them feel important, chosen, part of something larger than themselves. The psychological manipulation was elegant in its simplicity. Nigma wasn't threatening these people, he was making them feel special, giving their wandering through the fog a sense of purpose and community. They would resist rescue because they believed they were already being saved. Time pressure, multiple objectives, psychological manipulation of civilians, Batman analyzed aloud. Classic Riddler methodology. He wants me to make mistakes by rushing, to choose reactive solutions instead of understanding the deeper pattern. Indeed, Alfred agreed. But Master Bruce, we have 28 minutes until his midnight deadline. Whatever his ultimate demonstration is intended to be, stopping it may require understanding achieved through patience we may not have. Batman moved through the square, studying the controlled crowd while avoiding direct interaction that might disrupt their programmed behavior. The fog provided perfect cover for observation, and he began to see the subtle but sophisticated nature of Nigma's experiment. The people weren't just following random instructions. They were being positioned according to some larger geometric pattern, their movements creating a kind of human diagram across the urban landscape. It's a map, he realized suddenly. Alfred, plot their positions from above. They're not just wandering, they're creating a visual representation of something. Extraordinary. Alfred's voice carried genuine admiration for the technical achievement. You're correct. When plotted from above, their positions outline the street layout of Gotham's financial district. But Master Bruce, what's particularly interesting is that they're not just creating a map. Batman felt the familiar sensation of puzzle pieces clicking into place. The midnight demonstration. He's not planning something here in Times Square. He's using these people to show me where his real target is located. The fog, the acoustic manipulation, the time pressure, it's all designed to make me focus on the wrong location while he prepares something in the financial district. But which building? Alfred asked. The human map they're creating includes dozens of structures. Before Batman could respond, a new voice cut through the fog, not from speakers, but from a figure approaching through the mist. An elderly man with a distinctive white cane of the blind moved with surprising confidence through the obscured landscape, his navigation skills apparently unaffected by the weather. "Excuse me," the man said, his voice carrying the trained projection of someone accustomed to being heard clearly. "Are you the one they call Batman?" "I've been listening to the sounds in the fog for 3 nights, and I believe I understand something important about what's happening." Batman approached carefully, recognizing that this unexpected encounter might be another element of Nigma's plan. "What's your name?" "Thomas Kellerman," the man replied. "I was choir master at St. Bartholomew's for 30 years before my retirement. Lost my sight 5 years ago, but not my ear for acoustics." He turned his head slightly, listening to sounds that Batman's enhanced hearing could barely detect. "The voice that's been speaking through the city, I know it from somewhere. More importantly, I understand what he's doing with the sound propagation." Batman prompted, noting that the controlled crowd in the square had begun moving in a new pattern. "It's about harmonic resonance," Kellerman said. his voice carrying the authority of expertise. Certain frequencies can be amplified through architectural features, not just bell towers, but the specific acoustic properties of different building materials. Gothic stonework creates different resonance patterns than modern steel and glass. This voice, this Riddler, he's not just broadcasting randomly, he's tuning his transmissions to specific buildings. Batman felt understanding dawn. Buildings that would amplify his signal in different ways. Exactly. And there's one building in the financial district with particularly unusual acoustic properties. The old Gotham Mercantile Bank. Built in 1887 with a unique combination of materials, it creates acoustic anomalies that architects have been studying for decades. If someone wanted to broadcast a signal that would carry throughout the entire city, that building would be the ideal transmission point. Alfred, Batman subvocalized, cross-intersection the Gotham Mercantile Bank with recent Riddler activity. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried excitement. That building houses the city's emergency broadcast system backup servers. If Mr. Nigma gained control of that facility, he could override every electronic communication device in Gotham simultaneously. The true scope of Nigma's plan became clear. This wasn't about individual riddles or even controlling small groups of people. He was planning to take control of Gotham's entire communication infrastructure, using the fog as cover for the ultimate demonstration of his intellectual superiority. The ability to speak directly into every electronic device in the city at once. Mr. Kellerman, Batman said, I need you to help me with something. Can you identify the specific frequency patterns the Riddler is using? The elderly man tilted his head, listening with the concentrated attention of someone whose hearing had become supernaturally acute. Complex harmonics, but yes, I can isolate the bass frequency. More importantly, I can tell you how to disrupt it. Every acoustic system has a resonance point that, when precisely matched, causes interference rather than amplification. Batman helped Kellerman navigate to a safer location while absorbing his technical expertise. The man's knowledge of acoustic engineering was exactly what was needed to counter Nigma's sophisticated audio manipulation. Sometimes the best counter to high-tech criminal activity was old-fashioned expertise applied in unexpected ways. 19 minutes until midnight, Alfred reminded them. Master Bruce, I'm tracking unusual electronic activity throughout the financial district. It appears Mr. Nigma has been preparing this for longer than just the 3 nights of fog. The preliminary work has been going on for weeks. Batman was already moving toward the financial district, using acoustic landmarks and the subtle light patterns that managed to penetrate the fog. Behind him, the controlled crowd in Times Square continued their strange geometric dance, but he now understood they were merely a distraction, albeit a sophisticated one that had served to demonstrate Nigma's capabilities while misdirecting attention. The fog seemed even thicker in the narrow streets of the financial district, where tall buildings created canyon-like passages that trapped and concentrated the mist. Sound behaved strangely here, echoing in unexpected ways and creating acoustic illusions that made navigation treacherous. Batman found himself relying more heavily on Alfred's guidance and his own memorized knowledge of the area's layout. The Gotham Mercantile Bank building shows significant thermal activity, Alfred reported, also detecting multiple electronic signatures, broadcasting equipment, computer systems, and what appears to be Master Bruce. There are explosive devices positioned throughout the building's communication array. Not to destroy it, Batman realized. To make sure no one can stop his broadcast once it begins. Nigma isn't planning to destroy the communication system. He's planning to make it permanently his. The bank building emerged from the fog like a monument to earlier architectural ambitions. Its combination of traditional stonework and modern technological additions created exactly the kind of hybrid acoustic environment that Kellerman had described. Batman could see lights in windows that should have been dark, and could hear the subtle hum of electronic equipment running at full capacity. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried urgency. I'm detecting the beginning of signal amplification. Mr. Nigma is preparing to begin his broadcast. Also, the explosive devices are on a timer. If his broadcast is interrupted, they'll detonate and destroy the entire communication array. Batman entered the building through a maintenance access that the fog had concealed perfectly. Inside, the acoustic properties that Kellerman had described were immediately apparent. Even whispered sounds seemed to carry and amplify in unexpected ways. Nigma had chosen his location with typical precision. The building's upper floors had been converted into a sophisticated broadcasting center, with equipment that transformed the structure into a massive transmission antenna. Nigma himself stood at the center of it all, surrounded by monitors showing feeds from throughout the fog-covered city. He turned as Batman entered, his expression showing satisfaction rather than surprise. Punctual as always, Batman, and just in time to witness the culmination of 3 months of preparation. Nigma gestured to the displays around him. Observe, a city rendered helpless by something as simple as weather, its citizens isolated and afraid, desperate for any voice that offers guidance and clarity. The fog isn't natural, Batman said, noting the timer displays showing less than 8 minutes until midnight. Of course not, a simple matter of atmospheric manipulation. Silver iodide dispensers positioned throughout the harbor, activated in carefully timed sequence to create unprecedented fog density. The real achievement is how I've used the natural human response to such conditions. Nigma's voice carried his characteristic intellectual pride. Fear, isolation, desperate need for guidance, all perfectly predictable reactions to sensory deprivation. Batman studied the room's setup, looking for ways to disrupt the broadcast without triggering the explosive failsafes. What's the end game, Nigma? You take control of the city's communications, then what? Then I prove a point that needed proving, the Riddler replied, his fingers dancing over control surfaces. And intellectual superiority trumps physical prowess. That understanding systems matters more than individual heroics. In 4 minutes, I will speak directly to every electronic device in Gotham. Every phone, every computer, every emergency system. And what I tell them will demonstrate that the city's supposed protector is merely reactive, not truly protective. Unless someone stops you, Batman pointed out, still analyzing the room's technical setup. But that's the beauty of the design, Nigma smiled. Stop me and the explosives destroy the city's entire emergency communication system. Allow me to proceed and I prove that Gotham's faith in Batman is misplaced. Either way, the citizens learn that their safety depends on intellectual problem solving rather than dramatic gesture. Batman activated his cow's communication system. Alfred, patch me through to Mr. Kellerman. I need his acoustic expertise for a very specific application. Master Bruce, came Kellerman's voice, surprisingly clear despite the building's interference. I've been listening to the electronic activity from here. The frequency patterns suggest he's using the building's natural resonance to amplify his signal. But if you can access the building's original bell system, there is no bell system, Batman said, scanning the room for alternatives. Actually, there is, Kellerman replied with certainty. The Gotham Mercantile was built with a small carillon in its upper tower. Most people have forgotten about it, but the mechanism is still there. If you can activate it at the precise counter frequency to his broadcast system, Batman located the forgotten Carillon system in a sealed chamber above Nigma Broadcasting Center. The mechanical bells were corroded with age but still functional. More importantly, they were connected to the same acoustic features that Nigma was exploiting for his transmission system. 2 minutes, Alfred warned. Master Bruce, Mr. Nigma is beginning his preliminary broadcast. I'm seeing signal propagation throughout the fog. Citizens of Gotham. Nigma's voice began broadcasting through every electronic device in the city. Tonight, you learn a valuable lesson about the difference between security and the illusion of security. Your protector is in this building with me, faced with a choice that demonstrates the limitations of heroic thinking. Batman activated the Carillon at the precise frequency Kellerman had calculated. The ancient bells began chiming, their tones creating interference patterns that disrupted Nigma's carefully calibrated broadcast system. The Riddler's voice became distorted, then faded into electronic static as the competing acoustic waves cancelled each other out. "Impossible," Nigma shouted over the sound of the bells. "I calculated every acoustic variable in this building." "You calculated the modern variables," Batman replied, watching as the monitoring displays showed system failures cascading through Nigma's setup. "But you forgot about the original architecture." The fog outside began dissipating as Nigma's atmospheric manipulation equipment lost power, along with his broadcasting systems. Without the artificial enhancement, natural air currents began clearing the mist that had blanketed Gotham for 3 nights. The explosives, deprived of their controlling signals, shut down safely as their fail-safe systems activated. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried relief, "the emergency broadcast systems are coming back online. Also, GCPD is en route. Apparently, Mr. Kellerman contacted them with your location." Batman secured Nigma as the sounds of approaching sirens became audible through the clearing fog. The Riddler's expression showed frustrated respect rather than defeat. He understood that he had been outmaneuvered by a combination of detective work and expertise he hadn't anticipated. "Kellerman," Nigma said thoughtfully, "the blind choirmaster. I researched the building's acoustic properties extensively, but I failed to account for human expertise that predated my arrival." He looked at Batman with something approaching admiration. "You used my own methodology against me, gathering information from unexpected sources, understanding systems more thoroughly than their apparent controllers." As GCPD took Nigma into custody, Batman stood in the clearing fog, watching Gotham's familiar skyline emerge from 3 nights of concealment. The city looked somehow renewed, as if the mist had washed away accumulated grime and revealed architectural details usually lost in urban haze. Thomas Kellerman appeared at his side, guided by the sound of Batman's breathing. "Quite an evening," the elderly man said with satisfaction. "It's been years since I had the opportunity to use my acoustic knowledge for something so dramatic." "Your expertise made the difference," Batman acknowledged. Nigma's plan was technically perfect, but he couldn't account for knowledge that existed outside his research parameters. "The same mistake many intelligent people make," Kellerman observed. "DCB assume that if they can't find information in databases or technical manuals, it doesn't exist. But some knowledge lives only in human memory, passed down through experience rather than documentation." Over the following days, as Gotham returned to normal visibility and routine, Batman reflected on the lessons embedded in Nigma's elaborate scheme. The Riddler had demonstrated real insight into how environment could be used to manipulate behavior, how fear and isolation could make people vulnerable to any voice that seemed to offer clarity. But he had also revealed the limitations of purely intellectual approaches to complex problems. "The fog has completely cleared," Alfred observed during one of their post-incident analyses. Weather services confirmed that without the artificial enhancement, natural air currents have restored normal visibility throughout the city. But the psychological impact will linger, Batman noted. Enigma proved how quickly familiar environments can become alien, how dependent people are on sensory information they usually take for granted. He also proved something else, Alfred added thoughtfully, that community knowledge, the expertise of people like Mr. Kellerman, remains one of our most valuable resources. No criminal, however intelligent, can account for every piece of human experience that might be brought to bear against their plans. Batman made a final patrol through the fog-free city, noting how different everything looked with normal visibility restored. Gotham's harsh edges were clearly defined again, its architectural complexities fully visible, rather than suggested by mist and shadow. But the experience of navigating by sound and touch, of relying on expertise that couldn't be Googled or hacked, had left him with renewed appreciation for the subtle skills that often mattered more than obvious capabilities. The bell tower of St. Bartholomew's Cathedral was clearly visible now, its spire reaching towards stars no longer hidden by artificial fog. Batman paused there briefly, listening to the natural acoustic environment that Enigma had so skillfully manipulated. Even without enhancement, the city had its own voice, a complex harmony of traffic and wind, machinery and human activity, all the sounds that made Gotham unique among the world's urban landscapes. An interesting few days, he said to Alfred through the cowl, reminded me that sometimes the best counter to sophisticated technology is sophisticated listening. Indeed, Master Bruce. Though I suspect Mr. Enigma learned something as well. That intellectual superiority means nothing without wisdom about what cannot be predicted or controlled. As Batman concluded his patrol, the city settled into its normal nighttime rhythms. The fog was gone, but its lessons remained, about the power of environment to shape perception, about the importance of community knowledge that existed beyond official databases, and about the value of patience and careful listening in a world increasingly dominated by the demand for immediate, visible results. The following evening brought clear skies and crisp air that seemed almost unnaturally transparent after 3 nights of opacity. Batman found himself moving differently through the restored cityscape, more aware of sounds that had been muffled or transformed by the fog. The experience had heightened his acoustic sensitivity in ways that would serve him well in future investigations. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried through the cowl as Batman paused on a rooftop overlooking the financial district. I've been analyzing the psychological reports from citizens who experienced Mr. Enigma's fog manipulation. The results are illuminating. The Gotham Mercantile Bank building stood clearly visible now, its unusual architecture more apparent without the concealing mist. Batman could see how the combination of traditional stonework and modern additions created the acoustic anomalies that had made it perfect for Enigma's purposes. Architecture as both art and engineering, a reminder that the city's builders had often embedded functionality within beauty. What kind of psychological effects? Batman asked, settling into a comfortable observation position. The night air carried sounds with remarkable clarity after the muffled atmosphere of the fog days. Increased social cohesion among neighborhoods, Alfred replied, his tone suggesting surprise at the data. Apparently, when people couldn't rely on visual cues, they began talking to each other more, checking on elderly neighbors, sharing information about safe routes, coordinating informal assistance networks. Mr. Enigma's attempt to isolate and control the population actually brought many communities closer together. Batman smiled slightly within his cowl. It was typical of criminal masterminds to underestimate the resilience and adaptability of ordinary people. Nigma had calculated the fear and confusion his fog would create, but he hadn't anticipated how Gotham's citizens would respond by strengthening their connections to each other. "There's more," Alfred continued. "Mr. Kellerman has been contacted by the mayor's office. They want him to consult on improving the city's emergency communication systems, specifically how to make them more accessible to citizens with visual impairments. His expertise in acoustic engineering is apparently being recognized as a valuable resource." The irony was perfect. Nigma's scheme, designed to demonstrate intellectual superiority over community wisdom, had instead highlighted the value of knowledge that existed within the community itself. Thomas Kellerman's transition from victim of circumstance to civic consultant embodied exactly the kind of human adaptability that pure logic often failed to account for. Batman descended from his observation point and began moving through the clear streets, noting how different familiar patrol routes felt without the fog's acoustic dampening. Every footstep, every movement of his cape, every distant sound seemed sharper and more defined. The city's normal sensory richness had been restored, but his awareness of its subtle variations had been permanently enhanced. Near the harbor, where Nigma's atmospheric manipulation equipment had been positioned, Batman encountered workers dismantling the silver iodide dispersal systems. The devices were sophisticated pieces of weather modification technology, their placement carefully calculated to create maximum fog density with minimum detectability, environmental crime on a city-wide scale. Yet another example of how modern criminals could exploit natural systems for unnatural purposes. "The equipment analysis reveals something interesting," Alfred noted as Batman examined one of the dispersal units. "Mr. Nigma didn't develop this technology himself. It was purchased through intermediaries from legitimate atmospheric research companies. He turned tools designed to help farmers deal with drought into weapons for urban psychological warfare. Dual-use technology," Batman observed, understanding the broader implications, scientific advances that can serve constructive or destructive purposes, depending on the user's intentions. It was a reminder that vigilance needed to extend beyond traditional criminal activity to encompass the misuse of otherwise beneficial innovations. The harbor itself looked different in the clear air, its industrial complexity fully visible after nights of mysterious, half-glimpsed shapes. Fog had made the waterfront seem ancient and mysterious. Clarity revealed it as thoroughly modern and functional. Both perspectives were true, Batman reflected. The city contained multitudes, different aspects revealed by changing conditions. A small group of people had gathered on one of the piers, and Batman recognized them as some of the citizens who had been part of Nigma's controlled crowd in Times Square. They were talking quietly among themselves, their conversation carrying clearly across the water in the still air. "Strangest thing was how peaceful it felt," one woman was saying. "Even when we couldn't see where we were going, following that voice made everything seem purposeful, important." "I keep thinking about that," a man replied. "How good it felt to be part of something larger, even when we didn't understand what it was. Makes you wonder about the difference between being led and being guided." Batman listened from the shadows, understanding that these people were processing an experience that had been both manipulative and, in some ways, genuinely meaningful. Nigma's psychological engineering had tapped into real human needs, for purpose, for community, for guidance during times of uncertainty. The fact that his motives were selfish didn't negate the authenticity of those needs. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice interrupted his observations. I'm receiving reports of unusual acoustic phenomena in the old industrial district. Not threatening, apparently, but curious. Sounds that seem to be coming from abandoned buildings, but with no apparent source. Batman altered his patrol route toward the industrial area, intrigued by the possibility that Nigma's fog experiment had revealed other acoustic anomalies throughout the city. The old industrial district was filled with buildings from Gotham's manufacturing heyday, structures with unique architectural features that might create unexpected sound effects under the right atmospheric conditions. The first building he investigated was a former textile mill's vast interior spaces designed to accommodate heavy machinery that had been removed decades ago. Without the fog to absorb and redirect sound, the empty spaces created remarkable acoustic effects. Whispered words seemed to travel impossible distances, while louder sounds created echoes that lasted far longer than architectural logic suggested. Fascinating, Alfred commented, as Batman explored the building's sound properties. These structures were designed for industrial acoustics, managing noise from machinery, creating communication systems that worked over factory floor distances. Without their intended contents, they'd become accidental concert halls. Batman found evidence that other people had discovered these acoustic properties. Makeshift seating arrangements, signs of recent occupancy, even some simple musical instruments left behind. The fog nights had apparently driven some citizens to seek shelter in these abandoned spaces, where they had discovered the building's hidden musical potential. An unintended consequence of Mr. Nigma's scheme, Alfred observed. His fog forced people to explore parts of the city they normally avoided, leading to discoveries that might benefit the community long after his criminal purposes had been forgotten. Batman continued his exploration of the industrial district, finding similar acoustic treasures in building after building. A former brewery with fermentation chambers that created perfect reverb. A defunct printing plant where the arrangement of support pillars turned the entire space into a massive organ pipe. An abandoned automotive factory where the loading dock areas had been naturally designed to amplify human voices. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice carried excitement. I'm cross-referencing these buildings with city planning documents. Several of them are scheduled for demolition to make way for modern development. But if their acoustic properties were properly documented and preserved, they could serve new purposes. Batman finished the thought. Community centers, performance spaces, places where the city's musical heritage could continue rather than being lost to progress. The idea appealed to him on multiple levels. Gotham was a city that often seemed to destroy its past in pursuit of an uncertain future, but these buildings represented opportunities to preserve valuable features while adapting to changing needs. Architecture as continuity rather than replacement, much like his own work protecting the city by honoring its complexity rather than trying to simplify it. Near dawn, Batman made his way back toward the cathedral district, where the fog had first revealed the scope of Nigma's plan. St. Bartholomew's bell tower stood clearly visible against the lightening sky, its carry-on system restored to normal operation after its crucial role in disrupting the Riddler's broadcast. Thomas Kellerman was there, as Batman had somehow expected, standing in the small park adjacent to the cathedral and listening to the morning's first bell chimes with the concentrated attention of a master craftsman evaluating his work. "Good morning," the elderly man said, as Batman approached, apparently recognizing his distinctive footstep pattern. "I have been coming here each morning since the fog cleared, listening to how the bells sound in normal atmospheric conditions. Remarkable how much difference the air density makes." "What brings you here so early?" Batman asked, settling into a comfortable conversation rhythm that felt natural after their collaboration during the crisis. "Partly nostalgia," Kellerman admitted, "but mostly curiosity about what else the fog might have revealed." 3 nights of unusual acoustic conditions. I suspect there are discoveries waiting throughout the city for anyone with ears to appreciate them. Batman shared his findings from the industrial district, describing the accidental concert halls and natural amplification systems he had discovered. Kellerman listened with growing enthusiasm, his expertise allowing him to understand the architectural acoustics Batman described. "Extraordinary," the choirmaster said when Batman finished. "You've identified a network of acoustic resources that could transform how this city thinks about public spaces and community gathering." The fog was meant to isolate people, but it actually revealed connections that have been hidden in plain sight. "Would you be interested in documenting these spaces?" Batman asked. "Working with city planners to preserve them?" Kellerman's smile suggested the idea had already occurred to him. "I've been thinking about exactly that. My forced retirement gave me time I didn't know how to use, but this experience has shown me that my expertise might be more valuable than I realized. Gotham's acoustic heritage deserves better than accidental discovery." As the cathedral bells completed their morning sequence, Batman reflected on how completely the aftermath of Nigma's scheme had contradicted its intended purpose. What was meant to demonstrate the futility of community cooperation had instead revealed hidden community resources. What was designed to prove intellectual superiority over collective wisdom had instead shown how individual expertise gained meaning through connection with others. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried the warm satisfaction of completed analysis. "Final reports on the fog incident are quite remarkable. Property crime actually decreased during those 3 nights. Apparently, when people can't see well, they become more cautious about activities that require clear visibility. Traffic accidents were down significantly, and citizen assistance calls to emergency services increased by 30%, not for help, but to offer help to others." Batman nodded, understanding that these statistics captured something important about human nature under pressure. When stripped of normal advantages and thrown into uncertainty, people's default response was often cooperation rather than competition. Nigma's assumption that fear would make people more controllable had been based on an incomplete understanding of how communities actually function. "One more thing," Alfred added. "The mayor's office has announced the formation of a new commission on urban acoustic planning, with Mr. Kellerman as its first consultant. They're calling it the Hidden Harmonies Initiative, a program to identify and preserve the city's accidentally created musical spaces." As Batman prepared to conclude this extended patrol, he took one final look at the fog-free cityscape spread out below him. Gotham looked both familiar and transformed, the same buildings and streets, but now carrying the memory of how different they could become under altered conditions. The experience had been a reminder that the city he protected was not a fixed entity, but a living system capable of endless variation and adaptation. In the end, he told Alfred as he headed toward home, "Nigma taught us something valuable, though not what he intended. He showed us that Gotham contains possibilities we haven't discovered yet. Resources and connections that only become visible when normal patterns are disrupted." "A lesson worth learning," Alfred agreed, even if the teacher's motives were less than pure. In Gotham, as Batman had learned long ago, the most important mysteries often revealed themselves not to those who acted quickly, but to those who understood when to slow down and listen to voices that others might miss. Tonight, that wisdom had once again proven more valuable than any technology, more powerful than any individual genius, and more lasting than any fog that might temporarily obscure the truth. The acoustic discoveries throughout Gotham continued to reveal themselves in the weeks following the fog incident, but as autumn deepened toward winter, Batman found himself drawn to quieter investigations. The city's rhythm had shifted with the changing season, and even the criminal underworld seemed to move more slowly through the increasingly cold nights. It was during one of these peaceful patrols, 3 weeks after Nigma's capture, that Batman first noticed the lighthouse. Gotham's harbor had always been dotted with navigation aids, modern electronic beacons and automated systems that guided ships safely through the treacherous waters around the city. But on the northernmost point of Beacon Island, where the harbor met the deeper waters of the bay, stood something different. An old stone lighthouse that hadn't been operational in decades, its light replaced by more efficient modern systems. Tonight, however, as Batman completed his circuit through the waterfront district, he saw something impossible. The lighthouse was glowing, not with electric bulbs or LED arrays, but with the steady, warm light of what appeared to be an actual flame. The beacon swept across the dark waters with mechanical precision, its beam cutting through the crisp autumn air like something from another century. "Alfred," Batman subvocalized, pausing on a rooftop with clear sight lines to the harbor. "Are you seeing thermal readings from Beacon Island?" "Indeed, Master Bruce," came the immediate reply, Alfred's voice carrying concern. "The lighthouse is showing significant heat signatures, but according to city records, that structure has been abandoned since 1987. No power connections, no maintenance contracts, no legal occupancy permit." Batman studied the lighthouse through his cowl's enhanced optics. The building appeared to be in remarkable condition for something that had supposedly been neglected for decades. The stonework looked solid, the beacon housing intact, and most mysteriously, pale wisps of what might have been steam were visible around the base of the structure. "Steam in this weather suggests significant temperature differential," Batman observed. "Someone's not just occupying that lighthouse, they're heating it well above ambient temperature." "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried a note of recognition, cross-referencing recent criminal activity with locations requiring significant heating or cooling systems. "I believe we may have found where Dr. Victor Fries has established his latest laboratory." The name sent a chill through Batman that had nothing to do with the autumn air. Victor Fries, Mr. Freeze, was one of Gotham's most tragic and dangerous criminals, driven by an obsession with preserving his terminally ill wife through cryogenic suspension. His need for sub-zero working conditions made him easy to track when he was active, but finding his hidden bases required patience and careful observation of unusual thermal signatures. A lighthouse would provide perfect isolation for his experiments, Batman realized. Studying the structure's position, surrounded by water, accessible only by boat, and the beacon housing could easily conceal sophisticated cooling equipment while the heating systems maintain livable conditions in the lower levels. "There's something else, Master Bruce," Alfred added thoughtfully. "Maritime records show that Lighthouse was built with unusually thick stone walls, thermal insulation that would be perfect for maintaining precise temperature control. If Dr. Fries has indeed established himself there, he may have found the ideal environment for his cryogenic research." Batman prepared his cold weather equipment as he planned his approach to Beacon Island. After weeks of acoustic mysteries and fog-shrouded investigations, he was about to face a very different kind of challenge, one measured in degrees below freezing rather than riddles in the mist. The lighthouse beam continued its steady sweep across the harbor waters, a beacon that should have been guiding ships to safety but was now marking something far more dangerous. In its warm light, Batman could see his breath beginning to mist in the increasingly cold air, and he knew that whatever waited in that isolated tower would test more than just his detective skills. The transition from Nigma's intellectual games to Freeze's desperate science felt like stepping from one season into another, from the mysterious warmth of fog-muffled acoustics into the sharp clarity of winter's approach, where every breath was visible and every mistake could be measured in degrees of cold that could kill. Rain drummed against the windows of Wayne Manor with increasing intensity, each droplet catching the amber glow of study lamps before sliding into darkness. Alfred moved through the grand library with his customary quiet efficiency, adjusting curtains against the storm's growing fury. The power had flickered twice in the past hour, and across Gotham, neighborhoods were beginning to surrender to the blackout that followed in the storm's wake. Master Bruce. Alfred's voice carried the particular tone reserved for evenings when duty called louder than comfort. The reports are coming in from across the city. The electrical grid is failing sector by sector. Bruce Wayne looked up from the maritime charts spread across his desk, his attention shifting from historical shipping routes to the present crisis. Through the tall windows, lightning illuminated the city below, revealing patches of darkness spreading like ink across the urban landscape. Yet one light remained constant, a steady beacon pulsing from the old watchtower that had guided ships through Gotham's harbor since the city's founding. The watchtower is still operational, Bruce observed, reaching for the binoculars Alfred had quietly placed beside the charts. Through the lenses, the tower stood defiant against the storm, its light cutting through sheets of rain with mechanical precision. That's impossible. The harbor's power station went down an hour ago. Alfred moved closer to the window, his weathered hands clasped behind his back. Perhaps it has an independent power source. The old maritime structures were built for precisely such emergencies. But Bruce was already studying the beacon's pattern through the binoculars. The light wasn't following the standard lighthouse sequence. Instead, it pulsed in an irregular rhythm that seemed almost biological, like a heartbeat or the firing pattern of neurons in a dying brain. "This isn't standard emergency protocol," he murmured, lowering the binoculars. "Someone's modified the system." The transition from Bruce Wayne to Batman happened with practiced efficiency. Alfred assisted with the familiar ritual of preparation, checking equipment and monitoring communication channels while the storm continued its assault on Gotham's infrastructure. The city's emergency services were overwhelmed, dealing with flooding and power outages throughout the metropolitan area. The Batwing's systems are adapted for storm conditions, Alfred noted as Bruce made final adjustments to his cowl. "Though I suspect this particular investigation may require a more delicate approach than usual." Something in Alfred's tone suggested he understood the weight of what they were facing. The old watchtower had been decommissioned years ago, its navigational duties transferred to modern GPS systems and automated harbor control. Yet someone had gone to considerable trouble to keep its light burning through the storm, and that someone clearly possessed both the technical knowledge and resources to override city-wide power failures. Batman's approach to the watchtower was necessarily cautious. The harbor district was treacherous in good weather, and the storm had turned familiar streets into... His grappling gun carried him from building to building, each swing requiring careful calculation as wind gusts threatened to throw him off course. The watchtower itself was a marvel of 19th century engineering, a graceful spiral of weathered stone and iron that had withstood more than a century of storms. Tonight, it stood like a monument to persistence, its beacons sweeping across the turbulent harbor with hypnotic. But as Batman drew closer, he could hear something that shouldn't have been possible. The hum of active machinery within the supposedly abandoned structure. His cowl's enhanced audio sensors filtered out the storm's chaos, focusing on the mechanical sounds emanating from within the tower. Cooling systems, powerful computers, and underneath it all a rhythmic pulsing that matched the beacon's irregular pattern, as if the entire structure had been transformed into some vast technological heart. The tower's main door had been reinforced with modern security systems, but they were bypassed with surgical precision rather than brute force. Someone had wanted to preserve the structure's integrity while adapting it for their purposes. Batman's examination of the locking mechanisms revealed work of exceptional quality. The modifications were nearly seamless, integrated with the original architecture so skillfully that they seemed to belong. Inside, the transformation was even more remarkable. The tower's historic interior had been preserved but enhanced with arrays of cryogenic equipment that hummed with quiet efficiency. Cables ran along the stone walls like technological ivy, connecting modern processors to the ancient beacon mechanism high above. The air was cold, not just from the storm, but from the deliberate climate control that kept the entire structure at precise temperatures. Oracle, Batman sub-vocalized into his cowl's communication system. I need identification on the equipment in the watchtower. Military-grade cryogenic systems, integrated with what appears to be neurological monitoring hardware. Analyzing, Oracle's voice came back through the encrypted channel. The power consumption alone would require... Wait, I'm detecting a signature I recognize. The cryogenic configuration matches patents filed by Wayne-Tech's Advanced Medical Division, but these systems were never approved for production. Batman paused his ascent, studying a particularly sophisticated cooling unit that hummed with barely contained power. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Every component precisely calibrated, every connection sealed against the coastal moisture that would have destroyed lesser equipment. This wasn't the desperate improvisation of a madman, but the methodical work of a brilliant scientist, driven by love to transcend the boundaries of conventional medicine. The integration is remarkable, Oracle continued, her analysis deepening. Whoever built this managed to interface experimental cryogenic preservation with active neurological monitoring. The computational requirements alone, Master Bruce, this represents years of development. Someone has been planning this for a very long time. The realization added weight to Batman's understanding of what he was witnessing. Victor hadn't constructed this facility in desperation after Nora's diagnosis. This was the culmination of a long campaign against death itself, waged with the patience and precision that had once made him one of the world's leading cryogenic researchers. Batman continued his ascent through the tower, following the cable pathways toward the beacon chamber. Each level revealed more sophisticated equipment, processors capable of handling massive data streams, storage systems designed for long-term biological preservation, and monitoring devices that suggested someone was tracking incredibly complex biological processes in real time. The air grew colder as he climbed, not just from the storm's influence but from the deliberate climate control that maintained optimal conditions for the delicate work being performed within these walls. On the third level, he discovered what appeared to be a workshop, a space where theoretical medical equipment had been transformed into functional reality. Workbenches held partially assembled components, technical drawings covered every available surface, and multiple computer terminals displayed cascading streams of biological data. This was where the impossible had been made possible, where love had driven innovation beyond the boundaries of accepted science. The neurological monitoring equipment, Oracle continued, her voice carrying a note of recognition. I've seen similar configurations in experimental medical facilities. This is life support technology, Master Bruce. Someone's maintaining biological functions artificially. Batman examined the technical drawings more closely, his cowl's enhanced vision capturing details that revealed the true scope of the project. These weren't just preservation systems. They were consciousness transfer protocols, methods for maintaining active brain function while the body was held in cryogenic suspension. The theoretical frameworks were decades ahead of anything he'd seen in Wayne Enterprises' own medical research divisions. "Look at these power consumption calculations," Oracle noted, having accessed the workshop's computer systems remotely. "The energy requirements increase exponentially over time. Whoever built this knew it wasn't a permanent solution. It was designed as a temporary bridge, buying time for some future breakthrough." The workshop also contained more personal elements that spoke to the human cost of this scientific achievement. Photographs of a woman with gentle eyes and an infectious smile were scattered among the technical documentation. Not just formal portraits, but candid moments of joy and intimacy. A handwritten note in feminine script was pinned to one wall. "Victor, remember to eat actual meals, not just coffee and determination. Love, N." Batman realized he was looking at the visual record of a relationship that had survived the transition from normal life to desperate medical emergency. These weren't just the tools of a scientist trying to cheat death. They were the artifacts of a couple who had faced terminal illness together, who had chosen to fight the inevitable with every tool at their disposal. "Master Bruce," Oracle's voice carried new urgency, "I'm detecting significant power fluctuations throughout the building. The storm's electromagnetic activity is interfering with the electrical systems. Whatever's being maintained here, it's becoming increasingly unstable." "The neurological monitoring equipment," Oracle continued, her voice carrying a note of recognition. "I've seen similar configurations in experimental medical facilities. This is life support technology, Master Bruce. Someone's maintaining biological functions artificially." The realization struck him as he reached the tower's upper levels. The irregular beacon pattern wasn't random. It was synchronized with biological rhythms, brain activity. Someone was using the Lighthouse beacon to mirror the neurological patterns of a living person, turning the entire structure into a massive medical monitoring device visible from across the harbor. "Victor," Batman said quietly, recognizing the precision and desperate ingenuity that could only belong to one man. "What have you done?" The beacon chamber itself was a merger of old and new that took Batman's breath away. The original Lighthouse mechanism had been preserved, but enhanced with arrays of monitors and processors that transformed the space into something between a medical facility and a shrine. And to the center of it all, surrounded by the most sophisticated cryogenic equipment Batman had ever seen, was a containment unit that pulsed with the same rhythm as the beacon above. Dr. Victor Freeze stood with his back to the entrance, his distinctive cryo suit powered down to minimal levels. He didn't turn when Batman entered, but his shoulders tensed with the awareness that his solitude had been interrupted. "I wondered when you would come," Victor said, his voice carrying none of its usual mechanical distortion. Without the suit's full life support systems, he sounded almost human, tired, grieving, but undeniably human. "Though I had hoped for more time." "The beacon can be seen from across the city," Batman replied, moving carefully into the chamber. "In a blackout, it's going to draw attention." Victor finally turned, and Batman saw something he hadn't expected. Tears frozen on the man's cheeks, crystalline tracks that caught the light from the monitors surrounding them. "Let them come," he said quietly. "I have nowhere left to run. And she..." He gestured toward the containment unit. "She deserves better than hiding in shadows." Batman's enhanced vision analyzed the equipment surrounding them, and the readings made his heart sink. The containment unit wasn't just preserving biological tissue, it was maintaining active brain function through incredibly sophisticated life support systems. Neural patterns flowed across monitors in waves of data that represented someone's consciousness. artificially sustained at the moment between life and death. Nora, Batman said, understanding flooding through him. She's dying. Victor replied, his voice breaking. Has been dying for months. The disease is winning despite everything I've tried. But her mind, her memories, her dreams, the way she laughs at my terrible jokes. I've found a way to preserve all of it, to hold on to her essence even as her body fails. The beacon above them pulsed in rhythm with the displays, each flash representing a moment of consciousness, a memory preserved in digital amber. Batman realized that the Lighthouse wasn't just a medical facility. It was a monument to love, a desperate attempt to hold on to what mattered most in the face of inevitable loss. The power requirements alone, Batman began, are enormous, Victor admitted. That's why I needed the watchtower. The structure's electrical systems were designed to be independent, powerful enough to maintain the beacon through any storm. I've enhanced them, yes, but the foundation was already there, built by people who understood that some lights must never be allowed to fail. Batman studied the readouts, his cowl's systems analyzing the medical data streaming across the displays. Her brain activity is stable. You've actually managed to maintain full consciousness during the preservation process. For now, Victor said, moving to one of the monitoring stations. But the equipment is breaking down. The storm's electromagnetic interference is causing system failures I can't repair fast enough. Each pulse of the beacon requires more power, and the city's grid failure means I'm running on reserves that won't last much longer. The terrible irony wasn't lost on Batman. Victor had chosen the Lighthouse precisely because it was designed to operate independently during emergencies. But now, the very storm that had knocked out the city's power was threatening to destroy the systems keeping Nora's consciousness alive. How long? Batman asked quietly. Hours, maybe less. Victor's hands moved across the control interfaces with practiced precision, adjusting parameters and redistributing power loads. I've been working for weeks to find an alternative solution, but the technology doesn't exist. This is experimental work decades ahead of anything else in the field. Batman's detective mind was already analyzing the situation, looking for solutions that Victor's grief might have obscured. You said you used Wayne Tech components, the patents that were never approved for production. I've borrowed them, Victor admitted, along with the engineer who designed them. Dr. Catherine Wells. She's been helping me refine the systems. Is she here? Victor shook his head. Safe, somewhere dry. She only comes when the technical work requires 2 people. Tonight she's monitoring remotely, trying to help me stabilize the power fluctuations from her apartment across the harbor. Batman activated his cowl's communication system. Oracle, I need you to reach out to Dr. Catherine Wells, former Wayne Tech engineer currently residing in the Harbor District. Tell her Batman needs her expertise at the Watchtower immediately. On it, Oracle replied. And Master Bruce? The storm's expected to intensify over the next few hours. Whatever you're planning, you'll need to move quickly. The next hour passed in a strange communion of purpose. Dr. Wells arrived by emergency boat, her grey hair plastered by rain but her eyes bright with intellectual challenge. She took one look at the beacon's control systems and immediately began working alongside Victor to redistribute power loads and stabilize the fluctuating signals. The neural pattern storage is remarkable, she told Batman as she worked. I designed the original specifications for medical preservation, but Victor's implementation goes far beyond anything I imagined possible. He's not just maintaining biological functions. He's preserving personality, memory, the complete structure of consciousness. Batten watched the monitors, seeing the ebb and flow of data that represented a human mind in digital form. But it's not sustainable, not with current technology, Dr. Wells agreed. The power requirements increase exponentially as the biological systems deteriorate. We're maintaining artificial brain function at a level that would normally require an entire hospital's resources. Victor had been silent during their conversation, focused entirely on the delicate work of keeping Nora's system stable. But now he looked up from the controls, his face etched with exhaustion and despair. "I know it's impossible," he said quietly. "I've always known, but I couldn't let her go. Not when there was still a chance, however small, that someone might develop the technology to bring her back fully." "You're not trying to bring her back," Batman realized. "You're trying to say goodbye." Victor's nod was almost imperceptible. "The beacon. Each pulse represents a memory we shared. I've been programming them in sequence, chronologically. Our first meeting, our wedding day, quiet evenings reading together, the day she was diagnosed." His voice broke. "I wanted to experience them all one more time while she was still here to share them." The tragic beauty of the gesture struck Batman with unexpected force. Victor hadn't built a prison for his wife's consciousness. He'd created a shrine to their love, a way to honor their shared life before accepting the inevitable. The lighthouse beacon that had guided ships safely to harbor was now guiding two souls through the final stages of their journey together. "How many memories are left?" Batman asked. Victor consulted one of the displays. 17 more sequences. Then he gestured helplessly at the monitors showing Nora's brain activity. "The system will shut down peacefully. She'll simply go to sleep." Dr. Wells had been working steadily on the power distribution problems, but now she paused in her efforts. "Victor, I think I can stabilize the systems long enough to complete the sequence, but it will require rerouting power from the beacon itself. The lighthouse will go dark." "Then the harbor traffic," Victor began. "We'll navigate by instruments," Batman interrupted. "The Port Authority has been using electronic guidance systems for years. The beacon is ceremonial now, not essential." Victor looked out through the chamber's windows at the storm-lashed harbor. For more than a century, this light had guided ships safely home. Now it would guide his beloved wife to her final rest. "Do it," he said quietly. The next few hours passed in a strange, solemn ritual. As Dr. Wells worked to stabilize the life support systems, the beacon's light grew dimmer, its power redirected to the delicate work of preserving consciousness. Victor narrated each memory as it played across the monitors. 17 moments of love and loss, joy and sorrow, the accumulated treasures of a life shared. Batman found himself drawn into the intimate farewell despite himself. Through the neural interface, he could see fragments of the memories. Nora's laughter echoing through their small apartment as Victor attempted to cook dinner and somehow managed to set off the smoke alarm. Her gentle criticism of his tendency toward obsession, delivered with the affection of someone who loved him precisely because of his passionate dedication. Her courage in the face of diagnosis, insisting that they would face whatever came together. Her insistence that he promised to find happiness after she was gone, a promise he had struggled to make and found impossible to keep. "The third sequence," Victor said softly as new data flowed across the displays. "Our first Christmas together. She insisted on buying a tree, even though our apartment was barely large enough for both of us, let alone holiday decorations." His voice carried the warmth of treasured recollection. "She said that small spaces just meant the joy was more concentrated. Batman watched the neural patterns shift and flow, seeing the electrical representation of love made manifest in brain chemistry. The memory was beautiful in its simplicity. Two people choosing to create celebration despite limited resources, finding abundance in their commitment to each other. She was right, you know, Dr. Wells said quietly, not looking up from her delicate work with the power systems. Small spaces do concentrate joy. It's one of the things I learned working on consciousness preservation. Happiness isn't diminished by constraints. Sometimes it's amplified by them. The fourth memory began to play. A quiet evening when Nora had fallen asleep reading while Victor worked late in his laboratory. He had found her hours later, still curled in his chair with a book open on her chest, and had simply sat watching her breathe, memorizing every detail of her peaceful expression. I knew even then that I wanted to remember that moment forever, Victor said, his voice breaking slightly. The way the lamplight caught her hair, the tiny smile she got when she dreamed, the complete trust in her posture. I didn't know then that I would have the technology to preserve it exactly as it happened. Hey, Horace. She's beautiful, Batman said as the memory sequence continued, showing Victor's perspective as he had covered Nora with a blanket and turned off her reading light. The simple domestic intimacy of a man caring for the woman he loved. She is, Victor agreed, his voice barely audible over the storm. Even now, even like this, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. The final memory sequence began. Not the quiet reading scene Batman had initially observed, but something even more profound. It was the moment of Nora's diagnosis, but seen through the lens of memory, it had been transformed into something luminous rather than devastating. The scene showed Victor and Nora sitting in a sterile doctor's office, holding hands as they received news that would change everything. But instead of focusing on the fear or grief, the memory captured Nora's immediate response. She had squeezed Victor's hand and said, "Well, then we'd better make every moment count, hadn't we?" That was when I knew, Victor said, watching the neural patterns that represented his wife's extraordinary courage. Not just that I loved her, but that she was going to teach me how to love properly, how to hold onto what mattered without letting fear consume it. The memory continued, showing the couple walking home from the appointment, their conversation a mixture of practical planning and profound acceptance. Nora had insisted on stopping at their favorite cafe, ordering the most expensive dessert on the menu and eating it slowly, savoring each bite as if it were a small act of defiance against mortality. She said that if time was going to be limited, we should make sure we tasted it properly, Victor explained, his hand still pressed against the containment unit. Every moment, every sensation, every shared experience should be appreciated for what it was. A gift that we were lucky to receive, even if we couldn't keep it forever. Batman understood now why this final memory held such significance. It wasn't just a moment of love, but a lesson in how to love, how to embrace precious things without being paralyzed by the knowledge of their impermanence. Nora had faced her mortality with grace, and had used that grace to teach Victor how to do the same. The memory sequence ended, and the monitors began showing the gradual decrease in neural activity as the life support systems gently shut down. It was peaceful, dignified, exactly what Victor had hoped for. The woman he loved was simply going to sleep, surrounded by technology that preserved her consciousness until the very last moment, held by memories that would outlast any machine. The beacon gave one final, brilliant flash. a lighthouse's last gift to the harbor it had protected for so long. Then the chamber fell into darkness, lit only by the soft glow of medical monitors and the distant lightning outside, as if the storm itself was offering a gentle farewell to the love that had burned so brightly within these walls. "It's finished," Dr. Wells said quietly, her instruments confirming what they all knew. "She's at peace." Victor remained motionless beside the containment unit, one gloved hand pressed against its surface. Batman expected him to collapse, to rage against the finality of loss. But instead, the man seemed to grow calmer, more centered than Batman had ever seen him. "Thank you," Victor said, addressing both Dr. Wells and Batman, "for letting me do this properly, for giving her the farewell she deserved." "What will you do now?" Batman asked. Victor was quiet for a long moment, listening to the storm beginning to subside outside. "I don't know," he admitted. "For so long, everything I did was for her, to save her, to preserve her, to hold on to what we had. Now," he looked around the chamber that had been their final sanctuary, "now I need to learn how to live with beautiful memories instead of desperate hope." Dr. Wells began shutting down the remaining systems with careful precision, preserving the data while powering down the equipment. "The neural pattern recordings are intact," she told Victor. "If you ever want to review them, to remember—" "I'll remember," Victor said simply. "I don't need machines for that anymore." As dawn broke over Gotham Harbor, the storm finally began to clear. The watchtower stood silent and dark. Its long watch ended. Batman prepared to depart, but Victor's voice stopped him. "There's someone you should know about," Victor said. "An old dock worker named Sam Briggs. He's been coming to the harbor every night for months, just to watch the beacon. I think he was drawing hope from the light somehow." Batman nodded, understanding. In a city as dark as Gotham, any persistent light became a symbol of hope, regardless of its original purpose. "I'll make sure he's looked after." The journey back to Wayne Manor was quiet, the city slowly coming back to life as power was restored neighborhood by neighborhood. Batman found himself taking a longer route through the harbor district, drawn by an impulse he couldn't quite name. The storm had left the streets gleaming with reflected light, and the air carried the clean scent of rain-washed stone and sea salt. Near the old pier where fishing boats bobbed at anchor, he spotted a figure standing alone despite the early hour. An elderly man in a worn pea coat stood facing the watchtower, hands deep in his pockets, shoulders set with the patient stance of someone accustomed to long vigils. This had to be Sam Briggs, the dock worker Victor had mentioned. Batman approached with careful silence, but the man turned at his approach without surprise. Sam's weathered face showed no fear at the Dark Knight's presence, only a kind of resigned curiosity. "Figured you might show up," Sam said in a voice roughened by decades of harbor work. "Been watching that tower for 8 months now. Noticed when the light changed tonight. Got dimmer, then went out completely. Something important happened up there, didn't it?" "Why did you come here every night?" Batman asked, genuinely curious about this man who had unknowingly shared Victor's vigil. Sam was quiet for a moment, his eyes fixed on the dark tower. "Lost my wife 3 years ago," he said finally. "Cancer. The doctors, they did everything they could, but..." He shrugged, with the helplessness of someone who had learned that love couldn't conquer everything. "After she died, I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about how dark the world felt without her light in it." Batman listened, understanding more than the old man could know about the particular darkness that followed profound loss. "Then one night, walking off the insomnia, I noticed that beacon up there, burning steady through a storm, much like tonight's. Sam continued. Something about it, I don't know, made me feel less alone, like someone else was keeping watch, maintaining something important through the dark hours. You never questioned why it stayed lit when everything else went dark? Sam smiled, expression both sad and knowing. In my experience, the lights that matter most don't always make logical sense. They burn because someone needs them to burn. Tonight, watching it fade out gradual-like instead of just going dead, well, that seemed peaceful somehow, like it finished what it was meant to do. Batman found himself profoundly moved by the old dock worker's instinctive understanding. Without knowing the tower's true purpose, Sam had recognized its function as a beacon of hope, a light maintained through love's long watch. What will you do now that it's dark? Keep coming, I expect, Sam replied, with characteristic harbor pragmatism. Place like this, it holds on to meaning even when the light's not showing. Besides, he added with a slight smile, I got a feeling that beacon's not done burning. Just resting, maybe. Alfred was waiting with hot coffee and the morning papers when Batman finally returned to Wayne Manor, but Bruce found himself drawn to the study windows, looking out toward the harbor where the watchtower stood in peaceful darkness. Master Bruce? Alfred's voice carried gentle inquiry. I watched a man say goodbye tonight, Bruce replied, accepting the offered coffee gratefully. Real goodbye, not the kind where you tell yourself it's temporary. Alfred joined him at the window, following his gaze toward the distant tower. And how did that feel? Bruce considered the question, thinking of Victor's terrible calm, the dignity with which he'd let his beloved go. Like something I need to learn how to do. The harbor was busy with morning traffic, ships navigating by electronic instruments as they had for years. The watchtower's beacon was no longer needed for its original purpose, but Batman found himself thinking about the old dock worker Victor had mentioned, Sam Briggs, who had drawn hope from the light without knowing its true purpose. Alfred, Bruce said quietly, I want you to arrange for the watchtower to be restored, not as a cryogenic facility, but as a proper lighthouse. The city should maintain the beacon. For navigation purposes, Master Bruce? For hope, Bruce replied. Sometimes, people need to see a light that doesn't go out, even if they don't know why it's burning. Later that morning, Bruce Wayne would announce the Wayne Foundation's commitment to preserving Gotham's maritime heritage, including the restoration of the historic watchtower. But the restoration would be different from what anyone expected. More than just rebuilding the beacon, it would honor the tower's recent history in subtle ways. Working with Dr. Wells, who had volunteered her expertise without compensation, the Foundation would create a memorial archive within the tower's lower levels. Not a museum of Victor and Nora's story, that remained private, sacred, but a broader celebration of love's persistence in the face of the space would house the stories of Gotham's harbor workers, their families, the generations of lighthouse keepers who had maintained the beacon through storms and wars. Victor himself would contribute to this effort, though few would know his involvement. The neurological monitoring equipment would be removed, but the tower's enhanced power systems would remain, allowing the beacon to burn with unprecedented reliability. In quiet moments, standing in the memorial space, Victor would sometimes think he could hear the echo of Nora's laughter and the sound of wind through the tower's restored mechanisms. The beacon would burn again within a month, its light visible from across the harbor, a reminder that some flames are worth keeping alive, not for their practical purpose, but for what they represent, to those who need to believe in persistence, in the possibility that important things in Sam Briggs would return to his nightly vigil when the beacon was restored. But he wouldn't be alone. Word of the old dock workers' faithful watch spread quietly through the harbor community, and others began joining him on difficult nights. Widows and widowers, those grieving children or parents, anyone who needed to share the comfort of a light that refused to surrender to darkness. They rarely spoke, these midnight watchers, but their presence created a communion of understanding that none of them had found elsewhere. Dr. Catherine Wells would publish papers on consciousness preservation that would advance medical science by decades, but she would never discuss the most profound discovery of her work with Victor, that love itself could be measured, quantified in the patterns of neural activity that persisted even at the moment of death, in the way two minds could synchronize across the boundary between life and memory. Victor Fries would face each new day with the knowledge that he had honored his wife's memory properly, completely, and with a love that had transcended even death itself. The cryogenic suit would be stored away, no longer necessary for his survival. The desperate cold that had driven him for so long finally warmed by the peace of acceptance. He would find work again, quietly, helping other scientists understand the delicate boundary between preservation and letting go. But that morning, as the storm clouds cleared and normal life resumed in Gotham, Batman stood at his window, thinking about the difference between holding on and letting go, between hope and desperation, between the love that preserves and the love that liberates. The conversation with Sam Briggs had added another layer to his understanding, how the light meant to guide one soul's journey could inadvertently become a beacon for others who needed to believe that someone, somewhere, was maintaining vigil against the darkness. Alfred joined him at the window, carrying a second cup of coffee with the unconscious grace of decades of shared morning rituals. "I spoke with Commissioner Gordon while you were returning," he said quietly. "The power grid is fully restored and there were no casualties from the storm beyond minor property damage. It seems Gotham weathered this particular darkness well. Some darkness is necessary," Bruce replied, accepting the coffee gratefully. Victor needed to pass through it to reach the other side. "And what of you, Master Bruce? What did you learn in that tower?" Bruce considered the question, watching the harbor traffic resume its normal patterns. That there's a difference between preserving something and honoring it. Victor spent months trying to preserve Nora's consciousness, but what he really needed was to honor their love by letting her go with dignity. Alfred nodded with the understanding of someone who had seen Bruce struggle with similar questions for years. The distinction is perhaps more subtle than it appears. Love that holds on too tightly can become its own prison. The memories in those neural patterns, they weren't just Nora's anymore. They were theirs, together. By experiencing them one final time, Victor wasn't just saying goodbye to her. He was completing their story properly. In the harbor, the watchtower stood peaceful and dark, its long night's work complete. A monument to the idea that some lights burn brightest just before they're meant to go out, and that the darkness that follows isn't emptiness, but peace. The beacon would shine again, but its most important light, the one that had guided two souls through their final journey together, had served its purpose and could finally rest. In a city that never slept, that never stopped fighting against the darkness, there was something profound about witnessing a battle that ended not in victory or defeat, but in acceptance, dignity, and the quiet triumph of love that knows when to hold on and when to let go. As the morning sun climbed higher over Gotham, Batman finally left his vigil at the window, carrying with him the memory of light persisting through the storm, of love that endured even in its own ending, and of the strange peace that came from watching someone say goodbye with grace. The watchtower stood empty now, but not abandoned, transformed from a place of desperate preservation into a symbol of eternal hope, its future beacon destined to guide not just ships to harbor, but souls toward the understanding that some lights are worth maintaining, simply because they prove that darkness, no matter how deep, is never permanent. In the harbor, morning traffic moved efficiently under clear skies, captains navigating by instruments and experience. But when the watchtower's beacon returned, they would welcome it not because they needed its guidance, but because some lights are valuable not for their necessity, but for their persistence, their refusal to surrender to the darkness, their quiet promise that hope, like love, endures long after its practical purpose has been served. And in a city like Gotham, that promise was worth more than all the technology in the world. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.